Good. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you. It cut out. Now, how are we now? Yeah, it seems to be that's what's happening. Start, cut, back. All right. All right, guys. Well, actually, there's a lot more action today than I've seen in a long time. Now, even though the market is going to be in for a rough open, look at all the ones that are up at least 10% in my pre-market actives ups. I mean, there are a ton of stocks up way over 10%. And there are some down more than 10%, of course, but a lot of them were cheap. But start off, although, with the UNFI, UNFI. UNFI is an earnings play, but plus, looks like they canned a bunch of directors. No, CASA, is that what you said? New appointments, board will temporarily increase to 14 directors. Okay, so I was wrong. They haven't canned. Anyway, UNFI very, very weak. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's not a lifetime low. It looks like it is, but it's not really a lifetime low. But another breakdown through 15, and that could get really interesting again. It did get down to. I almost took it. I actually almost took this. I didn't want to get nailed by the uptick rule once the market opened. I almost took this right around 1470, and then it popped up. So I'm holding off. Now, SLNO. SLNO, big gap up. Now, this is only, it's positive data. I'm trying to think, I tried to see, yeah, I was trying to see what phase it was. I couldn't quite see what phase it was, but anyway, SLNO, low float, 8 million in the float, and hit a high of 21. Lots of shares available for me, Mr. William, 112,000. And that is to short. Not that I want to short it right now, but the possibility remains, maybe a short later on, or SLNO for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Now this one, FEMI, FEMY. The only reason I'm really looking at it is because of what happened with RNAS yesterday. Now this is a little more dramatic. RNAS came from about 60 cents, so it got up to about 3 something yesterday. Of course, now they've done a financing and the stock is completely tanked, right back down to 50 cents. But FEMI today, or I'm sorry, after hours yesterday, it was a 33-cent stock. And so this morning, imagine waking up, missing all this and then waking up to be 150, still 117, and it's a low float, 13 million in float. Now, RNAS was only 1.5 million in the float. Okay, but nonetheless, this is still a low float situation. They had some news. FEMY had some news. And another bio, IMVT. This is phase one, though. IMVT. Bonjour. Just to practice my French a little bit, Pierre. Bonjour. Comment ça va? IMVT. So this is, I think this is just phase one. Early stage study. Yeah. So it's actually, for 52 million in the float and only phase one, this is an impressive move. 60%. SLNO just made a new high, guys. Made a new market or pre-market high. SLNO. All right, I'm going to take a chance that I'm not going to get booted out when I do this. Hasn't happened for a while. Hey. Another bio, guys, PLRX. PLRX. Bio on the move here. Now, this has pulled back quite a bit. It hit a high of 19.25 or so. So it's pulled back $3 now, still up 11%. Mid-stage trial succeeds. Another bio, ROIV, ROIV up 17%. Not a low float, half a billion in the float. That's a tremendous move for half a billion in the float. So again, surging after antibody treatment succeeds an early stage study. Bullfrog, BFRG. Haven't seen this one for a while. This was a classic AI play a long time ago. If I recall, they had something to do with John Hopkins way back here. They said that, John Hopkins was going to use their AI or something like that. Anyway, haven't heard from them in a long time. Stock popped up to about $6. And another one announcing positive data from a preclinical study. Low. Now, this is a low float, super low float, 1.33 million in the float. And another one, guys. Here's the theme of the day, bios. ADPT up 13%, 141 million in the float. So it's not a low float. Some room to 6. And then another one. Now, this one is, I think, underneath $1 again. STSS. Yeah, so this hit $1.24. It's pulled back down to 90 cents. Now, this is kind of, remember what RNAS did yesterday in the pre-market, and then just rip. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, of course, but I'm not going to allow myself to get biased by the fact that this is under $1. Usually I don't even look at them when they're under $1. Okay, merci beaucoup, Pierre. So we're in for a rocky open, guys. The SPY is, I mean, look how what's happening now. We're 45 or now almost an hour down now. In for another rocky open. And true to form, September has been a kind of a miserable month in the market. Historically, that is the case. Nothing new. Brian, typically they hit this gear here. There's a gear, and then it says always scroll to the bottom. For some reason, I don't have to check that, but it always does scroll to the bottom. I don't know. If you can see that, always scroll to the bottom. Now, remember Morph yesterday? I was kind of wondering if maybe Morph today would have a bit of a bounce back. Not yet. Not yet. Boy, what a great short that was. Oh man, yesterday. 2 days really, especially the day on Friday from 50 down to 36. But even yesterday, 33 down to 22. Huge percentage moves. The trading room is open. Are you talking about the main room? Vibes? It's open. I'll give you the link for it. And it doesn't matter if you have a subscription or not. These rooms are free. So the room is open. There are people in the room. No, you have to go in, but you can't, you have to go in as a limit order pair, okay, in the simulator. Not just ours. Any broker, you have to go in as a limit order. You cannot go in a market order. So you have to go in as a limit order, okay? So where it says market, you've got to go in it. You cannot go in at the market. The link for my email didn't work. I need to check it then. All right, guys, 9:10. I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Well, the other thing too, you cannot save a link. You always have to go in from the trading room, okay, or from our website, which is so ticking me off that we don't have a proper link. But you know what? I don't understand why they won't do it. But anyway, that's another issue. So you always have to go to our homepage and find the trading room. That's the case all the time. And that's to get into the main room. Okay, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if there's anything interesting. All right, let me take a look at some of these upgrades. So I see DraftKings has been upgraded by JP Morgan. So DKNG, DKNG. What is the price though? Because they're upgrading it to, I'm going to keep you guys in suspense. They've upgraded DraftKings to, okay, this is actually a pretty good one, guys. So JP Morgan has upgraded them from 26, that's a past upgrade, to 37. All right. So this is obviously starting to work. And also benchmark. Benchmark is also has upgraded them to 37. Okay, but JP Morgan has upgraded them to 37 also, and that is DKNG. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at a couple of other ones to see if there's a. So that's an interesting upgrade for drafting. DKNG upgrade to 37 from JP Morgan and benchmark. And again, just because they say 37 doesn't mean it's ever going to get there, but usually the day of, it'll have some action. We've already seen it for DraftKings right now, up 3.5%. All right, so now, just looking to see some of these, if there's any sort of, so FlowServe, FLS, has been upgraded by Jeffries to, all right, I don't know how much weight they're going to have, but they've upgraded FlowServe FLS to $50. They had previous price target of 40, so it kind of hit that, but they've upgraded it to 50. So yeah, so DraftKings definitely one to watch, guys. See if that upgrade really, really keeps this thing going. Two of them, both from Benchmark and from JP Morgan. So let's take a look at the downgrades. Wow, not too many downgrades. All right, what I want to do is take a look at some of these downgrades and see if there's anything. So CSL has been downgraded by Jeffries. CSL. Let's see if it is at the downgrade right now. It's a more expensive one. Okay, so they've downgraded it to 290. So it's already at 253 right now. So yeah, I don't see anything interesting. So really, DraftKings, guys, is probably the one to watch to see if that upgrade really, really takes effect. Even more so, DKNG. Let's see if there's anybody else. So there's the JP Morgan upgrade for DraftKings, 26 to 37, and benchmark. Don't know them that much. I see them a lot, but I don't know how much weight they have. 37, the same as JP Morgan. So here is this guy's summation, the guy from JP Morgan, Joseph Greff. This is his summation, why he's talking about DraftKings. You're asking me? No, I have not traded SLNO pre-market. No, Femi is holding, guys. FEMY. They have some. They had some news this morning, or actually, it must have been after hours. Imagine that. I mean, 33-cent stock hitting $1.50 this morning. Ton of volume. 22 million shares already. 13 million in the float. So this is going to trade the float multiple times today. Casa, you've been a posting machine this morning. Always appreciated. Looking at all the different companies and posting the news about them. Very much appreciated. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. We're in for well, not a good open. So let's take a look at the sectors. Click on new from our toolbar, dock channel bar, scroll down until I see short, and then scroll down until I get to the sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 95% in red, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. And again, we're in for a pretty negative open. So there is no sector, at least even at 50%. So, and I'm not going to go over all the sectors again. Yesterday, we found that I think 5 out of the 9 major sectors were below the 200-day moving average. That certainly is not going to change based on yesterday. Take a look at XLC. I don't think they got the lift. Yeah, I think people might have been thinking, I might have been thinking also maybe a slightly bigger lift yesterday with the writer strike possibly ending and then the actor strike I don't know where they are. I know the writer's strike, I think they're going to a vote, which of course helps the streaming services because they're desperate for content. Of course, there's more to this communication sector than just streaming services. But all right, guys, that FEMI is still hanging in there. FEMY, hanging in there. So they received FDA clearance. So Real's looking at Roku. Okay, let's take a look at Roku. We've already talked about DraftKings and UNFI. What a horrible call by PJ back here. PJ, I kid you. But yeah, amazing, isn't it though? Seriously, I mean, that looked really awesome. Way up here, looked like it was going to take out 100 again. And ever since that day, it says drop, 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 drop. The next low looking left for Roku looks like around 67.51. That's on the weekly chart. If it takes that out, then 62.43 underneath. That's on the weekly chart. Remember when Siri had that huge day a few months ago? When was that? That was back in July. So what am I reading about Siri? Well, this is to do with actually Liberty. Actually met that guy a long, long, long time ago. Liberty Media, John Malone, who's the billionaire owner of all this. Here's one that's starting to move here, guys. HRTG, HRTG. What sort of room does this have on the daily chart? Not much, really, to me anyway. Looks like between here and 6, looks like there's a lot of resistance. That's for the HRTG. So not that interesting to me. Yeah, I don't think this one is shortable for me. VACC and Interactive Brokers, no. Big mover yesterday, of course. What's going on with SLNO? There is this thing called Google. Sorry, Luis, but no, there's news on it. That's all. Company released top line results from a randomized withdrawal period, etc. Whatever this syndrome is. So they had some news this morning. And of course, how could it be up 367%? It's because of the float. 8 million in the float, 12 million have traded already. I guess I should mention this one. Excuse me, this one, ACST. I didn't like it because it looked like it was getting into a lot of resistance. ACST. They've done a private placement also, $7.5 million private placement. I can't see the price. $1.84. So it's above the private placement price. So the AS, sorry, the ACST. So it's above the private placement price of $1.84. All right, guys. Well, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down. So just checking to see if there's any. Now, I didn't mention this ICPT. The ICPT is a buyout, $19 a share. Now, before you start thinking, well, wait a minute, this is at 1839. Why wouldn't I just buy sink everything I own into this because it's going to be bought out at 19? It may not happen. And I mean, both companies want it to happen, but things can happen in between. So that's why. Okay, guys, DraftKings on that JP Morgan upgrade, JP Morgan and benchmark to $38. Both of them have a price target of $38. Now the next high looking left is 29.21. Well, that could stall it. If it gets through 29.21, then you've got 29.40. If it can get through those two, then you've really got a lot of room looking left, 31.52. Yeah, I actually have Morph MORF. I do have it thumbnailed, and thinking, we're watching to see if it will have any sort of a bounce for Morph MORF. Yeah, 1 minute. Thank you, William. So 1 minute to the open, everybody. Okay, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of this and get prepared for this open. As I said, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Going to let things settle down. I may make an exception with the FEMI. It depends what it does, but that's completely up to you. But meanwhile, look at this market, guys. This is a big sell-off. We've had an hour straight down and almost an hour and 15 straight down. 1, 2, 3, yeah, an hour and 15 straight down. The market's getting weaker as we speak. Now, maybe it'll turn into my favorite day. Nice gap down, and then a recovery. Okay, guys, we are now open. So this has got a ton. This has got a lot of room. This LS, hard to say, LSXMK, one of the many, many, many liberties. I read something about maybe they're going to get rid of Sirius or try to sell it off. 2689 is the next high looking left for LSXMK. DraftKings on the move, guys. DKNG on the move. With those two upgrades. There it is right there. DKNG on the move. And okay, well, there's the FEMI, FEMY. I think this has been halted. Yeah, shoot. This got halted. Just tried to get it before the halt and I couldn't get it. So this has been halted. FEMI has been halted. FEMY has been halted. IMVT on the move. So we're seeing these little buyout. Well, this is not such a little buyout in terms of price. IMVT on the move. So even though the market, I mean, a lot of these bios are just, they don't care. Somebody in our YouTube asked yesterday about, stocks, divergent stocks. Well, here's the market moving down. I mean, if you see the market moving down like this and you've got something like my Momo scan, I mean, these are, counter to the market, of course. They don't care what the market's doing. Now, there are a lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for IMVT, 840,000. I think EW had an upgrade. EW had an upgrade. Is it a reverse split today? No, I don't think so anyway. Just had news after hours. I don't think it's a reverse split today. No, it's not a reverse split today anyway. If you're wondering, well, how can it be up 300%? Well, the news, it had some news after hours yesterday. I was trying to get it at 127 and I just didn't get my fill. And then I was actually thinking of taking it here, but then I noticed the minute you see the bid and ask tight on something that moves this quickly, it's going to be halted. And that's what happened. PJ's SE from yesterday. Great day yesterday. So EC is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but the problem I got with it is look at all the action right around 11, okay, on the daily chart. We've got, a few days that it got down to 11 and bounced. So that's why I wouldn't like it. Doesn't mean it's not going to, power right through 11. The 200-day moving average is, relatively close to 1068. Yeah, SLNO, you're right. It's halted on the way up, but was it halted on the way up? The reason I say that is that, well, right now, okay, well, you see, there's a halt for SLNY is SLNO was halted. There's the halt price, 2140. You can't see the symbol here, but it is SLNO. And again, every day I have to say this. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Time and Sales, Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. And no, we will never have something like this. Your broker will have something like this. So there's the projected open below this price. So interesting. It was halted on the way up. All right, guys. FEMY just opened. So there's your open on FEMY. Not a huge pop from the halt price. It was halted at what, 134. All right, guys. Guess who is now? This just got halted on the way down. Okay, FEMY just got halted on the way down. So look at SPRY, guys. SPRY has had a big down day. Yes, or not yesterday, but last week. But it's been in kind of recovery mode. And there's SPRY over the whole number, taking out the high of 2 days ago, which was 391. So UNFI, yeah, well, actually UNFI is having a nice bounce. UNFY, excuse me, UNFI is having a nice bounce. Every dog has its day, guys. Look at Peloton, PTON, PTON. PTON is even trying to bounce here for some reason. Okay, well, the market's putting in a green bar to start anyway. So after being down, straight down for an hour and 15 minutes, market opens and trying to put in a green bar. Keep an eye on the SPRY, guys. The longer it holds for, you could have a nice bounce off 4. It's early still, though. Okay, so SLNO resumed. So it actually moved down a bit. So the halt price was 21.40. So I am going to put a price alert at 21.40 and see if it takes it out again. Pretty pretty choppy right now. Well, not choppy, but I mean it's not a great spread right now for SLNO. But if it gets back up over that 21.40, that original halt price, we may not do it. Yeah, Ribbon's having another one having a bit of a recovery day. A lot of the EVs just got hit hard yesterday. All right, this ROIV actually has some room, guys. Look left on the daily chart. The next high looking left is 1288, 1284, 1284 is the next high looking left. SPRY, guys, SPRY. Wow, this SLNO is just all over the place. All right, I'm going to see if this SLNY can recover over 20. Yeah, that's a tough one right now. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. I was thinking of taking this on that, but yeah, it's a tough one right now. And it looks like it's going to get halted on the way down, SLNO. Yeah, just got halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody got trapped in that one. Okay, guys. So this is a FSR. FSR is a reversal play. FSR, a reversal play. Somebody said they've got orders for 300 trucks or something to that effect. Yeah, are you kidding me? Oh, $8. I thought I saw $18. So Bank of America has got them a price target of $8 for a Fisker FSR. I thought it was $8 or sorry, $18. Somebody said that O8BI was linked. Was it linked to IMVT or similar drug or something? All right, guys, ROIV. I think that's a very interesting one. It's got all sorts of room, of course. 1255 in the pre-market, but more importantly, look left, 1286. It's actually an AI alert from us too. There's the morph, guys. Yeah, the morph is having a bit of a bounce now. MORF, little bit of a bounce. I mean, not much. We're talking about 0.93%. So don't get too excited about that, but it's trying to have a little bit of a bounce. The low yesterday was 21.42, so it's about $2 off that low. Boy, UNFI, this is something that I thought might tank underneath 15, but this is having a great bounce actually. Great bounce. Okay, guys, ROIV looks really interesting to me. It's an AI alert, not just because it's an AI, from our AI, but it looks really interesting to me. It's got all sorts of room. ROIV. Yeah, that's why I don't like trading in the first 15. You can see exactly lots of action, up, down, up, down, up, down. Spry guy, Spry, SPRY. That is, to me, it looks pretty good. Over 4, lots of room, of course. Looking left, ton of room. Yeah, my feeling is that traders would, especially newer traders, would really improve their stats if they just laid off even the first half hour, but certainly the first 15. Don't get so anxious about trying to chase something that's running and you think, man, I should have got this. Well, the ROIV, it's just kind of hanging around. It's like the fact that it's got all this room to move if it wants to keep going. Had news. So this one was active in the pre-market, but look what happened to it. I mean, PLRX, I think it had some news to bio, all the way up to 19 something, all the way back down to 15 something, and now popping back up. So you talk about it's difficult to trade. So this SLNO is now going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So Fisker is still moving here, guys. FSR still moving. FSR next high looking left is 619 or so on the daily chart. JKS, guys. JKS is on the move. China solar play. China solar play. The next high looking left is 29.39. So it's got over $1 to the next high. All right. That first green candle now being wiped out, guys. First green candle on the SPY now being wiped out by a giant red candle. So look out below. Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down. I guess SLNO opened. SLNO opened. All right. Well, this ROIV is just kind of wearing me out here. I keep waiting to see if it can get back into the 20s and start to run from there. Maybe now. Of course, the reason I like it is because it's got all this room looking left. Even if you just look at the pre-market highs, 1253, but I'm looking over here, 1283 a few days ago. But it may not matter. Big float, $500 million in the float. I remember Wish. Well, I mean, don't look now, but SLNO is trying to make a little recovery. Still have a price alert, I think. I'm going to stick a price alert just over 20. See if that gets it going. Spry, guys. Spry. SPRY. super risky. Look at this now, guys. I think this is halted. Maybe not. No, it got halted. Yeah, it's halted. So SLNO just got halted on the way up. However, so there's the halt price 2051, but here is a projected open. So it is not above that halt price, even though the stock was powering up. So not looking good. Boy, this is an ugly day. I mean, look at this DKNG. Um, big move up on those price targets of 38 by JP Morgan and Benchmark, and then back down, just chopping around. Tough to go long on anything right now. Even ARM, I mean, look at ARM, up, down, up, down. ARM, excuse me, ARM. High yesterday was 54.50, 54.50. Well, Spry certainly off $4 was pretty good. This PRY. All right, now we're back at least to the halt price for SLNO 2051. There's the halt 2051. And this is again, this is just a projected open. One moment, please. Well, look at Wish, guys. I mean, I don't know what's happening with Wish, but Wish is on the move here. WISH on the move here. Fisker now, FSR, getting closer to that 620. It has not fallen back at all. All right. How long a halt is this going to be? 9:57 was the halt, so it is. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 10:02 plus 15 seconds. So in about 15 seconds, if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open. Let's see where it opens. Well, there's your halt at 20:51. So now we're open, and it opened a little bit low. Wow, it's all over the place. This is not a good one, guys. This is a hard. I was actually hoping it would. I was going to take some if it popped through that price, but I mean, it is a difficult one. I think we're halted again, guys. We're halted again for SLNO. Now we're halted on the way up. Yeah, there's the halt. Shoot, I was like, missed it by a bit. So this is looking better now. If you were able to get it, 22.49 on the halt, 23.75 now projected open. Of course, not written in stone, but yeah, I do see the BFRG is on the move. I don't quite trust it. It's a low float though, 1.33 million in the float. The next high is around 350, 360 on the daily chart, so it's getting close. You're right, it did have some news. Meanwhile, the market continues down, guys. So I would say bounce plays are non-existent right now. Well, non-existent. I mean, few and far between for bounce plays. Well, this morning they had several 100,000 for SLNO. Let's see, 41,000 now. So a lot of them been snapped up. Talking about um, how many shares available to short at Interactive Brokers for SLNO right now? 41,000 shares. You know, you're short, William. Ugh. Well, here's one, guys, that is tanking here. This is a all-time low. OGN, all-time low. OGN. Organon. Okay, so this is an all-time low for OGN. I like this one, but I mean, it's too much. Verve is a reversal play. VERV is a reversal play, but it's coming right into what I consider could be some resistance. So Okay, well, if this is a 5-minute halt, this will be opening in about 10 seconds. SLNO, and the projected open is 23.50 or so. So about $1 above the halt price. I just about had that. We'll see if it's might be a good thing I didn't get it though, depending where it opens. Now it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Yeah, so we're past a 5-minute. So typically halts are 5 minutes. And if they're not 5 minutes, then they're usually multiples of five. Oh, wait a minute. This got halt. So I don't have the halt price. Probably about 30 seconds after. So this could be opening. It looks like this is going to be a 10-minute halt. SLNO. Wow, SLNO opened. So screaming higher now, guys. It's two today. I mean, look, it wouldn't have been easy, but I certainly would have made money on this, and I got it. Even NKLA EV play is having a bounce. So all looks like all the. Well, let's take a look at Tesla. TSLL. Want to take a look at the ETF for Tesla? It must be moving higher. No, it's not really. I mean, it had a pop, but it's not really doing much. Well, Spry was the best one, guys. Really, I mean, on that four break, I mean, it really hasn't had any sort of, I mean, minor pullbacks and bottoming tails there, but this certainly was the best one, and all that room it's got. Spry, SPRY. All right, guys. Well, this SLNO is. One moment, please. Where is the resistance for SLNO? Well, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Just take a look at what, yeah, so I can't see anything. So this looks like it started trading as SLNO. I sort of remember this one. This was a symbol name change. I think CASA or CAM, one of you two normally are on top. I think this was, I sort of remember this being a symbol name change. So it looks like, an IPO'd here, but I don't think that's right. The reason I can say that is because look at the position in range, 2.9%, red. So that means this was when it was something else other than SLNO. It was a lot higher at some point. Typically, that's what that means. So, but new people looking at this might think, hey, this is a super all-time high. I have an alert set up here at 25. See if it pops through 25 even. Look at the volume, 20 million, 8 million in the float. So they traded the float about two and a half times. Meanwhile, the market, see, this doesn't care. I mean, these are just trading on their own. Market is just absolutely two giant red bars now. Well, we didn't really have an RNAS today. I was hoping maybe FMEY might have been it today, but it's definitely not yet anyway. RNAS, remember yesterday straight up before it, and then they did a financing way lower than what. Well, somebody said, couldn't they have taken advantage of the higher price yesterday at some point? But nope. Mm. Remember Wish looked like it was soaring higher than a 40-cent pullback. So what Shady is saying on the FEMY, in case you're looking at what he's posted, he's saying he is going to go long at one. I guess he might be long now. Yeah, 123 with that's a big stop. 102, so a 21-cent stop. Well, I'm just saying for a $1, because if you're trying to get a 1 for 2, that means you're hoping that it gets up to look, I'm not slagging you, Shady. You got such a jeez. I'm just saying it's a pretty wide stop for a $1 stock. That's all. For so a 1 for 2 now, you have to get 42 cents from 123. So you're hoping it gets up to 165. And it might. At least that's the way I trade. I won't take a trade unless I have a reasonable expectation of getting a 1 for 2. Yeah, halted again. SLNO halted again. All right, guys. ICPT. Forget about it. Really, I think this is a buyout at 19. EBIX on the way down, guys. EBIX. This is a wow. This is an all-time, not an all-time low. What a man! A few weeks ago, $33 stock, chopped by 2/3. Whoa. Well, I hope you're out now. Femi just got halted on the way down, but you say your stop's 102. So anyway, Femi halted on the way down. All right, guys. Now UNFI, after that big pull up, way up to 1625. Now underneath 15 again. UNFI. Yeah, that's what it should have done at the open. You're right, but it didn't. So makes it a little more challenging. Well, I was wrong about the HRTG guys. I thought maybe that 6 would hold it, but not yet. Another one that wow, look at this HRTG just absolutely popped again. Actually, I was looking left here. I thought this actually, I'm wrong. I'm trying to figure where I was looking. Saw this in the pre-market, and I thought maybe the 6 level would stop it, but not even close. What do I think about Siri? Well, I know Siri's got some news going on with Liberty. I think Liberty is trying to get rid of it, but I mean it's very choppy though. I mean, it's like very, very choppy. Hard to trade in my opinion, Damon. Very hard to trade. I mean, look up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. but I know there was some news that I read about, and Liberty, I think, owns Siri, and I don't know if they're trying to get rid of them or. But how are you going to trade it? Like, what are you going to do right now? Like, where's your edge in trading Siri? I mean, the high in the pre-market was around 4. It's at 392 now. But the volume is, well, yeah, the volume is because there's some news. You have to look at the news with Liberty and Siri. Wow, that's SLNO is really, really all over the place. Sorry, yeah, SLNO, sorry. Why are you so sure it's going to close the gap, Damon? I'm not saying it's not going to, but you say it with some sort of certainty that it's going to close the gap. I just don't see an edge in trading this right now. Now, listen, don't let me dissuade or dissuade you from it, but I just don't see a big edge in trading Syria right now. It's up, down, up, down. You're looking at 4 is probably, pretty good resistance. Well, you'd have to read the news then. I mean, you can read the news about Siri and Liberty. Okay. Well, Unfi, are you ready to really crater now? UNFI? Okay, it is showing up now in the option scanner. Okay, so it is finally showing up in the option scanner. Had to wait until it took out the low. Again, I wouldn't really take a look at this ICPT. There's a buyout at 19, so it's at 1866 right now. Well, your 20 break on SLNO, I think will really get it going, Tristan. Trying to hold that 20. Whoops, it just popped up. So there's the Jinko Solar JKS. It's on the move still. JKS, China solar play. If you're a little less conservative than I am, 31.21 is your big area of resistance. So it's over a couple of dollars away from that. Okay, so here is trying to have a comeback, and this is an EV play, okay, in the sector. That is Blink, BLNK. Again, yesterday. So these are all daily reversal plays, okay? This is from the daily reversals. And again, I'm sitting now at 10:29, so I'm going to go over what you can find on my homepage. But the next high looking left, what has it got? Maybe not enough room. 322 is the next high looking left for Blink. I mean, if we can get through that, then the next high is 341. That would be plenty of room. Now, I just checked our promo and it is still alive. I'm surprised. I thought it would be dead by last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, but there's still time to get 25% off. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I am live on the mic and sharing my screen. The main room is open usually before no later than 8 o'clock, so you can come into the room and talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9 o'clock. And then I get live on the mic in both the YouTube room and the main room at 9 o'clock. I usually take off around 3, but William has graciously been keeping the room open to 4. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that today. But now, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So that promo code is still alive. Fall sale 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, so that still is alive. Maybe well till at least 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, starting off with your download and install, getting down to introduction to scans and top list windows and alert windows. Okay. If you are new to Trading 101, this is a free series of videos. You can take a look at that. I think it's really, in fact, Michael Noss, he put this together. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve basically said stay in cash. Education section is here. Click on our user guide. We have a great user guide. There's that getting started again. Alert windows. You want more information about alert windows and top list windows and price alerts. Use price alerts. I'll show you how. So simple to do. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Last, my scan. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are, that middle section. So this is what I do in the pre-market. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down, gives me an idea about what stocks might be active once the market opens. You can see here is my momentum scan, my Momo scan. Here is the abnormal option activity. I'm going to go over that, explain what I'm using this for. I have other scans that I am sharing, including the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. So I don't have a layout that I share. What I would rather do is you can pick and choose what scans you might like. So as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask is that eventually you use my promo. So you save my homepage link, come into the room and use whatever promo you see. Right now it's file sale 25. Why? It helps the room a lot. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. We use it for marketing purposes, of course, but there is a cost to keeping a room like this open for free. So the company likes to see that the room is paying for itself at least. Okay. Are you talking? So, Sam, are you talking about simulated trading or live? Question in there. Well, there's no. I mean, yeah. I mean, when you flatten, it's just going to. I mean, if it's a fast-moving stock like an FEMY, I mean, it's going to. You're at the mercy. You're obviously going in at a market order. So there's not much you can do other than putting in a limit and trying to get that price. You're always going to be at the mercy of something that moves fairly quickly by when you hit that flatten button. I mean, even if I were trading that in my account within Interactive Brokers, I mean, that's the same thing I would be doing. I'd be having to look at the time and sales, and trying to, if I didn't want to go in and market, I'd be trying to pick a price, but there's nothing that you can do to improve upon that other than, trying to pick a price that you want to get out of. Problem is if it keeps moving off that price. But Femi was pretty fast moving. Yeah. So it was fast moving on the way down. I'm assuming you try to get out on the way down, but that drop, like, I mean, that really tanked quickly. That's always going to be the risk when you're in something that is really fast moving. Not much you can do about it. All right, guys. Well, maybe this SLNO, it's been okay hanging around that 20 mark. Hasn't completely given it up. Thoughts on IMVT? Well, I had news this morning, of course, so there is that. So there is a reason for the pop. Fairly low float, 52 million for a $36 stock is fairly low. Let's look left, see where the next any sort of resistance. I'm going to have to take a look at a monthly chart. Boy, not much. So you've got to go back to 2021. You've got to go back 2 years, 2.5 years or so. Next high in the monthly chart is 43. We're never saying it's going to get there. Yeah, I mean it's been a little bit choppy. I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread is good. Spread is pretty good. Only right now, only 12 cents. But I don't have a feel for it. I have to admit, I don't really have a feel for it. It's been kind of, when I see bottoming tails and topping tails on a 15-minute chart, I don't really have a good feel for it. Well, it has more room. Sure, it's got more room. If you look left on a monthly chart, certainly it's got more room. Doesn't mean it's going to fill in that room, but to me, it's just now. Let's take a look at some other metrics. The VWAP is at 34.30, so it's way above the VWAP and the 200-day. So those don't come into play at all. I just don't see a big edge right now in trading it. But again, that is my opinion only, of course. Be careful, Kerry. I mean, you're going to have a stop, of course, if you're going to short SNLO at 21.90. All right, guys. So a word about first of all, my abnormal option activity scanner. So I don't trade options. What I'm looking for, I'm always because I'm basically intraday trading. What I'm looking for, of course, are stocks that are having abnormal activity. So the classic way, we have this relative volume filter. So look at IMVT as an example. It's at 99.84% relative volume. That means this is not exact, but for our purposes, what that means is that over the last 10 days at this time, 10:40, it is trading 99 times that volume, whatever it averaged over the last 10 days up to this time of day. So that's a huge volume increase, of course. Coupled with, then I look at the option activity. Okay. So this is trading 24,000, well, right now, almost 25,000 contracts. That's 9 times normal. So I'm just using option activity coupled with relative volume to find me stocks that are really trading abnormally. Okay. So I don't trade the options, but it's just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally by checking out their option activity. Now, if you take my Momo scan as an example, okay, you want to find any one of the scans that I'm sharing, you want to find out what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, summary. So there are a lot of screening programs out there, but we are a real-time, great at, real-time alerts. That's what we're really, really good at. So this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3. That's at relative volume. So has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see right here, OABI at 10:42 made a new high at 5:59. That's why we see that. Okay. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, fine. But you may want to alter it. Maybe you want a different price range. So you would just left click on the icon, and you can see all the values are here now. So if you wanted to make it between say 10 and 100, now it's 10 and 100. Then you would save it. Okay. So all I'm really trying to show you, you can take the scan exactly the way I've constructed it. That's the way I like to see things, but you can always make changes if you want. And if you want to build your own scans from scratch, of course you can. This time I'm going to right click. Instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. These are all the real-time alerts we have, starting off with the new high and the new low of the day. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we have. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. We have a lot because I figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scan. So they had to create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you don't have to learn them all. I see that ROIV has kind of come back, guys. Hasn't been smooth though. So this was an RAI at 1212. It's at 1222 now. Got up to what, 1230, pulled back, give you an opportunity to get into the trade if you miss it the first time. Oh, of course, Paul. Yeah, so the question in our YouTube room, when you take out a subscription, you get access to creating your own scanners. Of course, when the company started, I mean, there were some scanners or some some pre-configured scans, but we have a lot more now. Most people don't want to create their own scans. It's that simple. So they want to be spoon-fed stuff, and I get it. So that's why I try to create, I share all my scans, but my trading style is not necessarily everybody else's trading style. So for instance, today, Tuesday, between 12 and 1, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. He has a completely and utterly different trading style from me. He's not a day trader. He's a more of a swing trader. He has a completely different take on the market. And that's why it's nice. We've got five days of the week. We have 5 different traders who go into our YouTube room between 12 and 1, all different trading styles. So we have a lot of scans here too. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. We have a lot of scans in here also. So if you don't want to build your own scan, we do have a lot of scans that we've already created. But of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. No, price alerts. I was talking about price alerts. So simple to do. So let's just say I've got this APLT. Let's say I wanted to put a price alert at the high of the day. So you see what happened? This is my price alerts window. Okay, I wanted to put it really close so it would trigger. So what I do is I minimize my price alerts window because you don't have to have it up and you don't have to see it. Okay, in fact, I think it's better this way. You minimize the price alerts window. When a price alert hits, it'll pop up on your screen so you cannot miss it. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll see the last one right at the top. I also put a sound alert. You can put sound alerts on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know what window to look at. And I know exactly what this sound alert is. Every time I get a price alert, I know the sound. So that's how easy it is. Now, let me just get rid of these. Well, there goes ROIV. Shoot, not in it. Didn't like this big pullback underneath 12. And if you're new to the room again, don't be shy. Okay, you can ask questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me in trading and all. If I'm in a trade that requires my concentration, I'll certainly let you know. But otherwise, you can ask me questions all day long. In fact, I would really questions really keep me motivated. Okay, sometimes they get kind of boring, so absolutely ask questions all day long. Max, it doesn't work like that. Okay, not exactly, because you're multiplying by the well. Okay, before I say that, so if you click on the get trade ideas, so we do have the two plans. Okay, now my recommendation is always start off with a monthly. Okay, so the standard is 118. Okay, a month, less the 25% for the first month premium, which is basically the reason why you would want premium is access to our AI. This is what it looks like. Okay, so there's the alert 1212 for ROIV. This one, I mean, you could have made money. It got up to 130, but we don't recommend auto trading at all. I use this like a watch. That's why I was interested in the ROIV, but I wasn't that interested once it broke down below 12. Anyway, that is our premium service. So remember that discount, the 25% is only good for the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But I can tell you this, at any time, I can always get you a 25% off on an annual. So if you took out a monthly subscription, the first month you'd get the 25% off. If you maintain that for a few months and then you decided, you know what, I wouldn't mind getting an annual. The reason for taking an annual, obviously, is that your per month cost would be less. And I can always get you a 25%. And then the annual, just to put a so the annual, oops. Well, okay, this is what they've done. So I mean that would be your annual cost, upfront. But remember now, the standard is 1,000, but you would take 25% off that. So get that down to 750 and then divide 7 by 12. That would give you your per month cost with the 25% savings. It's a little confusing when they combine everything, but yeah, okay, a good stop. Well, I mean, the AI has a stop at what? Well, see, that's a pretty wide stop. I mean, I think they 1160. You could have used that, I suppose. Basically, the low of the day, I guess. Not quite. So the AI had to stop at 1160. Oh, you could have used that, I suppose, holiday. Yeah, Brian, it'd be 750. Well, of course, on the pullback, if you got in here at 11, depending where you're going to take it, if you got in here on the pullback and didn't wait for the price to trigger again, then the stop is a little bit better in terms of the distance away. Yeah, so a subscription to Trade Ideas includes everything that you see here. I haven't gone over this window yet. It includes everything that you see here. You can create all your own scans. When I say includes, these are my scans. I'm sharing them. Okay, you don't have to use them. And Brian, but I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to anybody. You don't have to use my scans, but I am sharing my scans, and we have a lot of scans in our toolbar here. We click on New and then dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. They have scans in them. But if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Okay. And everything I was doing, creating price alerts, etc. Now this window here is what we call Brokers Plus, and I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Okay, you can use it if you do have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But please listen carefully. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay. It's just that if you wanted to try to trade from within Trade Ideas, you would need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this window. I have an IB Interactive Brokers account. I don't use this window to trade, mainly because I probably still wouldn't, to be honest. I'm so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers. I don't personally would find a big advantage. It's prettier than Interactive Brokers. I'll give it that. Okay, but it's up to you. I mean, it's a feature, it's an option, but I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So and to load this Brokerage Plus window, you would click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that will show up. You may have different column headers. This is all customizable. This is what you would more than likely see to start. It would say not connected. And then you just click on Sim underneath here, underneath the Brokerage Plus. You see there are two options. One is live, and then one is for simulation, paper trading. Click on the sim. Now, if when you click on sim, it doesn't change the simulator. It says account. Just click on it, and then this little box will pop up, and then you click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Okay. And very simple to use. I mean, you just literally hope it's going to work. Sometimes I have to reload. Give me a moment. Yeah. Okay. So you click on an alert, the symbol will show up, how many shares you want to trade. Here's your bid ask. If you want to go in at the market, like right now, you could easily take ROIV at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread. Let's just do it. I'll just take the trade just to show you. Take 300 shares. We're going to buy it, send it. Now we're in the trade. Okay. This is in the simulator. And of course, you can add a stop, whatever stop you want. If I want to put a stop in at, I don't know, low of that candle, 1218. You'll see on the chart. So if I got stopped out, it would cost me $51. Okay, if it goes down to 1218, it'll cost me $51. Now, if I don't get out of this trade, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay. If I leave this here, I can practice swing trading using this brokerage plus window. I want to get out of the trade. If I were in a series of trades right now, I would just highlight the one I want to get out, highlight it, flatten it, and that'll get me out of the trade. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. Really, really want to emphasize to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Our our s- our this brokerage plus window, it uses our real time data, so you don't need a broker. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, that's fine. But you want to practice trading. You can use the simulator to practice trading. Uses our real time data. All you need is our standard service for that. So, Brian, we have a lot of races here. I'm not using the races as well. I used to use them quite a bit, but I'm not using them right now. Well, here we have a lot of races that are already, here stock races right here. So in our channel bar, we have a lot of races here. But if you want to learn more about races, just go to our user guide. Let me just show you. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then go to the education section. Oops, education section. Click here and then go to the guide. Racing is covered very fully right there. TI stock racing, a lot of videos, text. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if we look at the short quote percent for SLNO, it's only 1%. So it's not like they're like if this is the right number. I mean, we're getting it from our provider. Um, so it's not like this is like 20 or 30% short, and people are anyway. You know what? People want to label things. Is this a short squeeze? Is this that? I mean, really doesn't matter whether we call it a short squeeze or it's not a short squeeze. Really doesn't matter. But typically, a short squeeze would have a much bigger short float percent. So the theory being that if a stock has any sort of news at all that's causing it to pop, and there's a big percentage of the float is short, those people panic. They get into that squeeze situation, and they start covering their shorts, meaning they've got to buy the stock, which further fuels the buying. Yes, that would be a short squeeze. This one though, I mean, it's just one of those. It's a casino play right now. There's not that I can see anyway. Not that many shorts out there. It's just moving higher. You know what was a really nice one on the daily reversal was Verve. A really nice one. I thought this might hold it, but it didn't even come close to holding it. So this is another scan that I am sharing, guys. So this is a daily reversal scan. Okay, now if it's in light blue, that means this is a suggestion to go long. And if it, I think if it's yellow, I've got two. I think if it's yellow, let me just check. Yeah, yellow, that would be a suggestion to short. You can see there are no shorts so far today, suggestions. So what is it looking for? So look at SPRY as an example, SPRY. So it's looking for stocks that were down yesterday, but now they're up today. Well, Verve, let's take a look at Verve. So this tells me the time of the alert, 10 o'clock, tells me the price, 1318. And this is the don't repeat version. I don't think I'm not the one that I'm sharing in my homepage. I think is this version, just the typical way of presenting things, where if a stock makes a new high over and over and over again, you will see it. Whereas here, you'll only see it the first time of the alert. So there's Verve at 10 o'clock. 1318 was the price, was the alert price, and now it's at 1366. So I like seeing this because I can kind of go back, click on these, and just sort of check to see whether or not they've moved or not. Oh man, I loved. I mean, I was in love with ROIV. I really was. I should have reset my price alert at the even at here at 1212. I just didn't do it. I sort of got didn't like it because it got right back to through 12 down to 1188. But boy, what a move! And that was from our AI. What do I think of Lux H? This is from our YouTube room. What do I think of it? Well, I don't know if this was an IPO here or what the story is, but it's an all-time high now. Okay. I don't know if it was a symbol name change, but right now it's an all-time high according to this. But I don't know again if this was a symbol name change. Hard to believe this was an IPO here at this price, but anything is possible. Ah, man, I'm ticked at the ROIV. No, Jamie. No, it's not Jamie today. Jamie's in tomorrow, Marty. It's Michael Noss today. I will confirm that though. Time is at 11:06. I'll just confirm that in our YouTube room. Now, guys, this SLNO is actually trading pretty nicely right now. Kind of, it's kind of basing a bit. Okay, for it. Remember, this is a pretty volatile one. I mean, if this takes out 2265, this could get rocking again. Could. And another nice reversal, guys, was FSR. 571 to 634 now. Nice reversal. Even getting right into the 200-day moving average. It's interesting that we're getting some nice reversals when the market is not helping. Our market is not helping at all. Take a look at we were see if this crazy one is reversing at all. Yeah, I mean, not bad. 314. Should pay more attention to this one today. But that's why I have a lot of different scans available for you. It was actually kind of interested in the blink BLNK. I don't think Open did anything. Remember now, guys, this program is called Trade Ideas. So not every alert that you're going to get is going to be an awesome trade. But that's the idea. It's just to click on them and see what's happening. So let's take a look again at LUXH. Probably a low float. 10 million in the float. So it looks like it started trading as LUXH back in January. Oh, sorry, I have to go even further back. Okay, back in December. How about November of last year? Okay, I don't know what the deal was. I don't know if again, if this is one of these symbol name changes. So it was a change, Asa? Okay, so this used to be another symbol. They changed symbols. So I'm not 100% sure this is a lifetime high because when it was the other symbol, it's possible it was above this high. I just don't know. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was on mute. Yes. All right. ROIV. Well, is it shortable? Let's see. Maybe I can. I mean, there is the next high looking left, 1285. What would be my advice to work on over the weekend to prepare for the next week? Well, Peter, but you say you're a day trader, right? I mean, you can always take a look. What I might do is take a look at a top list and see, see what stocks. I mean, it depends though. I mean, if you're a day trader, it really doesn't matter how much work you do over the weekend or even overnight, really, because, you know, you wouldn't have seen IMVT doing any work. You wouldn't have seen ROIV. You wouldn't have seen any of the ones that are really moving. So I don't know how much. I mean, I used to spend a little more time over the weekend, maybe preparing, but I really don't anymore because I wake up, I see what's happening in the morning of the stocks that I might want to follow, and that's it. But you say you're a day trader, right? You want to be day trading. If you're swing trading, that's a big difference. I think it's more important, if you're day trading to take a look, that you do your pre-market work, and I'm sharing both of those scans, pre-market actions up and down. Tell you guys, this SLNO, I mean, for a stock that is so whippy, it's hanging in here. It is really hanging in here. 24 million, 25 million have traded now, 8 million in the float. Boy, a pop through this area here could get it rocking. So, Peter, did that make sense? Wow. Hmm. All right, here's another one, guys. A KOS. This used to be a real crazy one. No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Well, IMVT now is, yeah, super strong still. 38 is, or sorry, 38 is the next challenge, I guess, that whole number. I mean, somebody asked me before. I mean, I just didn't see a big. The trend is up. There's no question. It's just a matter where would you put your stop because it is still a little bit choppy. Yeah. So, Peter, I mean, really doing a lot of work over the weekend to me is not a big deal. If you're a day trader, you wake up in the morning, you're going to see different things. Take a look at my pre-market actives up and down. Which is what I do. That's how we found some of the ones that we're following now. because you could do a lot of work over the weekend and, it really doesn't matter because you don't know what's going to happen Monday morning. Some of these stocks just, appear out of nowhere. No amount of weekend work would, nothing was going to say, let's just pretend this was Friday. Okay. And you're working over the weekend. Nothing would have showed you that IMVT was going to do this on Monday. Okay. So I just wouldn't do anything like that. I wouldn't do any preparation. I mean, you could maybe see the stocks that were very strong ended the week strong, and see if there's any sort of continuation, I suppose. But I honestly don't think it's worth it that much. Now, some may disagree. I mean, some might say, you know what, that's wrong. You should take a look at the stocks that ended the week on a high, maybe, and follow them at least on Monday just to see. I just don't. I just personally don't do that. What would have told? I mean, again, just to keep talking about it, what would have? Let's pretend this was Friday right here. Okay, yesterday. What would and you look at this ROIV chart, you never ever would have seen this any sort of work. Okay, and you can't possibly predict a move like this. Look at this. This is a super ugly chart. It's on a daily chart. Super ugly. No way to predict that this was going to happen. But you wake up in the morning, you can see that had news, and I would have traded this had it not done this darn thing that broke down under 12, and I kind of forgot about it. What I should have done is reset, is put my price alert back at 1212, which was the entry for the AI, which would have been okay for me too. I like the breaks of the whole number, and I would have taken another hard look at it, but I just forgot to do it. Yeah, I don't know. For instance, your question, trade 25 about. I don't know, for instance, how different the fees are from broker to broker holding shorts overnight. And obviously it's, for instance, I don't know what center point is, but right now, Interactive Brokers is telling me 107.69%. Okay, for SLNO. So anybody with center point, just as an example. Yeah, as and it's not unlike from broker to broker who has shorts available. So there you go. So SLNO 35%. It's really strange. 35% at E-Trade, 107% at Interactive Brokers. Wonder why it's so high at IB. Crooks at IB. Okay, guys. Yeah, Femi is back now. FEMY is coming back. It's been a super choppy looking trader. I mean, look at this, topping tails, bottoming tails. Been a real challenge. So I don't know, Shady. I know you didn't officially get stopped out. I don't know if you took yourself out of the trade. I know it was 102 was your stop. Hmm, you're right. So if you're wanting to short that SLNO, yeah, a little bit of a break under 20, but we've seen that act before. And a confirmation. So it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So again, Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. I think it's always a good idea to head over when I'm on my break between 12 and 1 and check out who's hosting the YouTube, who's hosting YouTube between 12 and 1 when I take my break, because we have all different trading styles. Michael is the epitome though of the swing trader. There you go. There's an explanation, I guess, about why the rates are so different from broker to broker. Thank you, Tim. All right, guys, 11:27. So in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. Whoa, look at Southwest Love. Boy, well, let's take a look at jets. I want to see if Love is an outlier. I think the airline industry, of course, with the price of their fuel costs have been just skyrocketing. So yeah, so the airline industry has been hit by the fuel costs quite a bit. Huge component, of course, of their business. Man, remember this? Up, 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 and then hit the peak of 22. And now most of the airlines are going to look just like this. THO wasn't THO a an earnings play? Maybe I haven't seen it in any one of my scanners. THO, yeah, it's an earnings play. haven't seen it in any one of my scanners. Now, most of my scanners have a $60 price limit, so that's one reason why I wouldn't see this one. Yeah, so it's an earnings play. Had earnings last night. So anything for me anyway, anything that had earnings the night before, after hours, or pre-market, of course, that for me is an earnings play. Wow. So, I mean, if you're more aggressive than I am, and I'm not aggressive, I'm really not an aggressive trader. I like to sit out that first 15 minutes, but look at this alert here. This is in the 10-day daily breakout, okay? So right when the market opened, IMVT, the alert was at 32.79. So I mean, there it is at 37.88. You can see the blue arrow. The blue arrow is just telling me the candle. Now I'm on a 15-minute chart here, so it's telling me the candle in which the alert happened. If I had a 5-minute chart, it would show me that. On the 5-minute chart, it would be the opening 5-minute also. But I'm just very reluctant to take anything that early. But look at that one though. And if you'd waited just a little bit, I mean, look how fast that went. So in the 10-day daily breakout, it was at 32.79. Now in the option scanner, it showed up at 35.29. Only 3 minutes later, look how fast that went. 35.29. That's still pretty darn good. It's at 38 now. But again, you're taking it early, before that 15 minutes. And that's just a rule I've got personally, trading in the first 15, just because things are, can get very, very whippy. What is interesting though, when you see the same stock in the breakout or the breakdown, and also in the option activity, really you should, in my opinion anyway, really pay a lot of attention. Now, interestingly, there's nothing. So the light blue is a suggestion to go long. Nothing. There were two in here, moving lower, okay, with unusually strong options, which would be in brown, and nothing has showed up, which is really interesting considering the market is just getting shellacked, but nothing is showing up to short, meeting the filter requirements, of course. Okay, guys. So in this, I like to point this out also. Okay, so in B plus in our simulator, I've got a couple of columns here. One says max PNL and one says distance from exit price. This can give you, this is a decent gauge how good are your exits? Now, remember, I exited this one. I just wanted to, demonstrate how you can use it and how you can get out of a trade by flattening it. Had I really been in this trade, I wouldn't have got out. There would be no reason to. But I just wanted to demonstrate. Now, the max P&L versus today P&L. Now, if your max P&L, what that would have meant was, what could you have made if you got out right at the top, an absolute top penny when you still had all your shares? That's what the max P&L would tell you. And then, of course, your today P&L will just tell you, well, here's how much you actually made. Obviously, the difference here is not much because I took the trade and got out immediately. But if that max P&L had said, say, $500, and then when I finally exited, I only made 10. Obviously, not good money, not good account management. Hopefully that makes sense. You would not want to have a $500 profit turn into a $10 gain, or even worse, into a loss. And so this can help you figure out, well, how good are my exits? The other thing is the exit price. So if I get out of a trade and I went long on the trade, what I'd want to see in this column, the distance from the exit price, I want to see a nice big negative number, which would mean from wherever I got out, the price was way below, as opposed to something that's up. So right now, I exited at 12.39. It is 21 cents above it. Not great, obviously. So a couple of columns to keep an eye on when you are exiting trades, just to give you an idea. Well, how good are my exits? Probably one of the hardest things about trading. You can start to develop great rules about entering trades and maintaining them. And listen, you'll always say this, to yourself. I say it, we all say it. Man, I got out too early. Okay, you'll say that constantly. But you know what? It's just that you cannot think you're going to get out right at the very top. And with some of the things that we follow, especially in a momentum type scan, these stocks are really moving. And so yeah, they move up quickly, but they can move down quickly too. I did not say I was shorting INVT. No. All right, guys. In about 20 minutes, I'll be on my break. So SLNO looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. If I've got that. Yeah, 1843 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. I need to short it. I'm not muted. I am not muted, Marty. Let me check the YouTube room. Is not on mute. My mic's on. They can hear me in the other room, so I am not muted. That's a big difference, actually. 1843 to 20. Now, I know this is perhaps taking into account the pre-market. There was a lot of trading in the pre-market. That's why I don't really, in some of these ones that really trade a lot in the pre-market, I don't have a problem with having the VWAP or other. Well, really, I just use the VWAP now. taking into account what happened in the pre-market. I mean, there were millions of shares traded in the pre-market. So there's a difference. Look at that, 1907, 2097, and we're at 1843. Meanwhile, IMVT marching up, bit of a spread, sort of a spread issue. Not 38, 10, 30. Actually, it's not bad. So there you go. So what do you think, Jay? I mean, I think that, when you look at an SLNO, which traded millions of shares in the pre-market, I don't see a problem using having the VWAP, including the pre-market action. I mean, then, to me, it makes perfect sense. And if you're using the VWAP in the pre-market, and it doesn't trade very many shares, I'm sure that, the VWAP is going to be mainly, the same as everybody else's when they're not using the pre-market. It's going to be close anyway. Well, yeah, I mean, they might be due for a secondary, but probably not intraday, famous last words, but, probably not intraday. So, I mean, what you're saying, trade swings is, if anybody's thinking about swinging this, they're a stock that went from 20 to almost doubled. Most of these bios need money, so they try to take the opportunity to do a financing at a higher price level if they can. So you can see side by side abnormal option activity and the Momo IMVT. So when you see the same stock in both, definitely pay attention. Okay, guys, let's take a look at our new website. Okay, so this is what our new website looks like. And if you click on Market Scope, this is a heat map, obviously showing the stocks that have moved the most. There's the SLNO right at the top, IMVT, 91%, the ICPT, etc. So these are heat map. This is a heat map. This is a crawl with the biggest gainers and the biggest losers. This is designed for people who, well, really don't want to create any of their own scans. They don't want to load anything, even if it's from me. Okay, like they don't want to take my scans. This has just been created for you. Probably have to have a bigger, yeah, here are the races, biggest gainers percent racing. A moment. Now, there's other looks. You can go to the top list section. probably going to be very much the same as the heat map. But here you can also do the ones that have moved down the most. So there's CDT. So again, this is designed mainly for people who really don't want to create their own scans. I don't want to say casual trader. I mean, you still want to trade, but you don't want to create your own scans. This still requires, though, that if you click on an alert, well, what are you going to do with it? You still have to have some trading knowledge. What are you going to do with it? And this is part of the service. Okay. Now, if you go to our website and you click on Market Scope, the first thing you're going to see, if you're a subscriber, it'll probably say something like 15-minute delayed data, and click here for live data. That's if you're a subscriber. Now, the only problem is that when you do that, if you have, say, that your downloadable application up and running, you can only have one or the other up and running. So what would happen is, if I have two accounts, so that's why I don't have a problem. But if I didn't and I clicked on live data, my ball up here would turn red. My data would be disconnected. Okay. Now, if you don't have a subscription at all, it will say data delayed, 15 minutes, and then it would say something like click here to take out a subscription. So this is a grid, at a glance. I actually don't mind using it later on. The reason why is because there will be things that are coming through here that I would not necessarily have seen based on my scanners. It doesn't mean that they're bad though, just because it's not showing up on one of my scanners. I mean, look at the IMVT now. Wow. Now, the problem here, though, is again, this is more for people who are not clicking like mad all day long, okay? Because you cannot link this to your broker. You cannot, link this so it shows up in your order entry because this is like the web-based version of it. So, but if you see this, you see something you like, you just type it in. Just give me a moment. I clicked on the wrong. 'Cause I know I've said this before, but I'm blown away by what's happening here in the daily reversal based on what the market is doing. I mean, we're getting, some insane daily reversals. But look what the market's doing. I mean, the market is just, getting trashed here. And we're getting some big, that 430 area. Yeah, right. The 430 area now gone. 21, it got down to 101 though. This is from our AI also. You can see there was the alert at 121. There was the candle that happened. I think it popped. I don't know if it popped up to 145 immediately or no, the alert was at 121. But I can't remember if it just ran or if this was taking it on a pullback. And it had some news. You can get the 10-day reversals just by going to my homepage. But he asked, how do I get the 10-day reversals? Actually, no, it's not the 10-day. No, that's a daily reversal. It's not a 10-day reversal. Okay. Don't confuse it with the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. This is a day. If I said 10-day reversal, I'm sorry. It's a daily reversal. It means the day before was bad. Today is good, or vice versa. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, here are my scans and daily reversals. Okay. Well, I don't know about no, it's not an approval, Marty, but I guess I don't know how late. I thought IMVT was just yeah, just phase one. I mean, it's just phase one, good phase one news. Early and I mean, it's not approval, not even close. It's only phase one, I think. But market's reacting in a huge way, and that's right. It's the IMVT and Roivant, ROIV. They're kind of linked. So that's why the ROIV is moving because it has a, I guess oh, okay. Now wish I'd read this a little closely. So ROIV is this IMVT's biggest shareholder. So as IMVT moves, so will ROIV. That's the deal. Okay, should have known that. Yeah, I mean, this has been very, I mean, minor, topping tails and bottoming tails, not huge, but what a great trend for IMVT. Just constantly making higher lows. All right, guys, it is now 11:54. So Michael will be in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes. I did not know that perfect circle. Okay. Vivek was the CEO of Roivant. Okay. Or Vivek, yes. Interesting. So we're getting some of these little little bios are just having a day. Look at this. I mean, how ugly is this one? I mean, OCUP is as ugly as the ROIV was on a daily chart, but look at the day it's having. I don't see any news on this one. Don't see any news on this one, OCUP, but wonder if it's linked at all. What do they do? More eye disorders. Well, we're definitely having a day of bios, guys. Look at now INVT now through that 40 level. Okay, guys, I am going to put my announcement in. I'll be on my break. Just waiting for Michael to show up. And I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael. He's not there yet, but he'll be there momentarily. Wish I'd known that Roy was so tied in with the IMVT. I thought it was just maybe a similar drug or something, and it was a sympathy play, but I didn't realize that they owned 50 or was the largest shareholder of IMVT. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute in the well, you know what? I'll wait for Michael to show up. Say, usually I hear a little ping and I know he's there. So as we're watching the IMVT, take a little bit of profit taking right now, a little bit anyway. Keep an eye on the ROIV and see if that starts to sync with it. Sync. I mean, that's a too strong a word. It's not. Our IMVT is not syncing. As crazy as it seems, guys, this SLNO, it's one of those ones that later on in the day, will that float, if it gets over, say, 22 and change, it could have another run. That's why I've got I have a bunch of price alerts except for this one, SLNO. I'd like to see the volume come back. I mean, the volume is still good. That's 482,000 shares. It just doesn't look as good when you compare it to the previous 15-minute candles. But I mean, the volume is still good. The one that didn't come back at all was that SLSS. That just, or STS, sorry, STSS. That was another one that was really strong in the pre-market, got over $1. And then I think it got down to about 60 cents again. Yeah, that's the typical reaction I see. Michael is there. Okay, guys. So Michael, I just heard a little ping. So Michael is in our YouTube room right now. So I'll put myself on mute in the main room. And you have the YouTube link. You see my announcement. Michael, how are you? No, I mean, he can't hear me. Hmm. So YouTuber, you hear Michael?
I can hear you now, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Did that again. I don't know why. You can hear me now, right, Barry?
Yep, I can hear
Yeah.
you perfectly.
If
Yeah.
if I have my AirPods in, I can never, even though like I hear the music on my computer and everything, I can never hear you. So as soon
Oh,
as I
really?
plug in directly, it works fine.
Interesting, because I always use my AirPods. Yeah, people ask me many times because I've got these things on for 6, 7 hours a day. Um, they by far are the most comfortable things for me anyway to wear 6 or 7 hours a day,
Yeah.
just hanging in the ear.
Do you have the, not to get all nerdy before you go, but do you have the Pro?
No, see, I do have the Pro, but I
Oh,
don't like the way they go like fit into the ear.
yeah,
So I just have
they're different.
the original. I have the third generation of the original ones, the ones that just kind of hang in the ear, not go into the ear.
Yeah, yeah, because well, as you know, I just came back from Vegas, and those Pros with the noise canceling are
Mhm.
amazing. I had a angry child next to me, but they were able to blank them out at least somewhat. So that's good.
Yeah. Okay, my friend, I'll let you take over now,
All right.
and
You
we'll see you in about an hour.
okay? Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, Barry's gonna need or take some much needed time off. We open up the room to live Q&A. So ask your questions in the chat, and um, I'll get to them as soon as I can now. Bear with me on this one, guys. I left on Friday. I spent the whole weekend in Vegas doing conferences. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, got to speak to a bunch of traders, did a couple presentations on in different conferences. Super fun. And then on Sunday, I woke up and I did a bunch of presentations and spoke to people throughout the day. And then I figured, oh, I'll just take the red eye back because I'll be able to get some Z's. But as I just mentioned, there was a angry child next to me that did not agree that I would be able to sleep on the way back. So I'm a little bit of a rest yesterday, but I'm just kind of probably 20 or 30 IQ points down from my normal, which isn't insanely high to begin with. So just bear with me. So question, if there was a undo button. No, but once you get everything set up and the way you like it, just make sure you save it to the cloud, right? Because then instead of undo, you can always kind of get back where you were. But if you drew something and put it in the wrong dock, you can always get it back out of the dock, right? So um back short. Another opinion. Um, it's a lot of junk, to be honest. Again, problem with questions like this and stuff like this is just time frame, right? Risk tolerance. All these things are so personal. It's funny. Just to go back at the conferences I was at, it wasn't just me. There was many speakers. I was hanging out with Brian Shannon when I was there, and David Keller from Stock Charts, and all kinds of. And it was just really fascinating to see that completely different time horizons, therefore completely different ways to look at the market, right? So for me, I just kind of look at it and I say, well, this is just, kind of as long as it's in that range, I'm not really that interested. This is a big level two that it broke and then came back down, right? So there's a lot of junk kind of in this area. So yeah, right. So it's close to support. It's down quite a number of days in a row. So just not something that I'd be super keen on one way or the other. For me personally, I'm just wondering if I actually have a comparison chart. Yeah, so BAC, and then I'll have to compare this to the XLF. This is something I always recommend for bigger names like this too, is compare it versus its index, right? So this is, the borders are kind of wonky. I was out on my laptop doing that earlier, but the pink line's the XLF, which is the banking ETF, and then the blue line is BAC, so Bank of America. So it does look like there's some relative weakness there, but just kind of looks like more overall beta. Like when it, both move up, this moves up more, and then when it moves down more. So, some relative weakness to it. So, at least you're trading in the direction of a pretty prominent trend. So I think that's fine, right? From February, right? This thing's been pretty ugly. But you got a whole bunch of, I just never have success taking trades just with so much support right here. Yes, it might go through, but the question is, like, how easy is it? And that's one thing that when you're trading, I just bring this up because I was actually just looking at this, but when you're trading, you got to also say, am I getting the quote unquote easy trade? Right. So for me, I'm interested if we bounce here. I'm watching a firm, right? And if you just want to compare the looks of the charts, this is really unquantifiable. And so I hate things that are unquantifiable. But just look how, I guess, full the candles are, and how when it moves in a direction, it moves in that direction for a number of days. And then when I look at something like Bank of America, there's just more institutional money in it. So there's just a little bit more kind of chop, which, again, it's fine. Direction is a direction, but it just makes it a little bit harder on you. Now, right, the move for me, the thing that would have interested me in Bank of America is this, the 200-day moving average. When it failed at the 200-day moving average up here, I think that's where you hit it, right? And I think we talked about this last time I was on. I'll show you some scans that we have in Trade Ideas that I really think that are the move. And I'm actually going to build some lower time frame versions, but bounce to falling 200-day moving average. So we have this on the upside and the downside, and basically all it's doing is it's looking for stocks that are to Tilray, right? Stocks that are at a declining 200-day moving average for the short, and then we have one that are stocks that are pulling back to and are at a rising 200-day moving average. The reason that I like that is because someone who's like myself, who's very statistically minded when it comes to trading, I did a whole thing, Substack. If you just Google Michael Noss Substack, you'll find my Substack. But I did a whole thing about basically proving that instead of caring about so much just the direction and trying to buy like a bounce of the moving average, because you can see Tilray bled through a lot of times here. If you're focused more on what the direction of the moving average is, then you can actually make some you can actually, there's a statistical edge to trading in the direction and near a moving average based off of its slope, not necessarily just trading it because it hits a moving average or something like that, right? So right, Nikola, is Nikola even a company anymore? Right. So even though it's above the moving average here, right, you're still saying, okay, well, we're downward sloping, and it's just kind of like a decent way for a trend indicator. So for that Bank of America example, I really kind of like that bounce. So like forward here, for example, right, even though a lot of people will say, oh, well, it broke through the 200-day here, so it's irrelevant. But for me, it's just looking at the direction and then using price action. So for forward, if we kind of broke down here, that to me would be an interesting short. FSR, I know, is up pretty big today, but you can see every time we've hit this declining 200, we've kind of fallen apart. So it's just a way, simple way, in my opinion, to identify trend and to kind of zoom in and then use whatever it is you use on your lower time frames to really then come up with a plan, right? So Visa's coming back into a rising 200-day. I just wouldn't mean that I'd buy it there. But if you see right here, so this is a flat to a rising 200-day. If you just kind of looked at these highs and said, well, there's some resistance. If you zoom in there, just in this area right here, so you could buy it as it broke that, and a pretty good trade out of that. So when I'm scanning through these, I'm basically I'm looking for just that, is like, give me a, like this. I'm not just going to buy this. I need it to give me some evidence that there'll be some kind of a bounce. Whether it's, this is a morning star kind of a pattern or whatever it is, but just have some kind of confirmatory signal, I guess. But question, do you think candlesticks are meaningless at times? Well, everything is meaningless in and of itself, right? So the point of candlesticks is to kind of give you, like anything, is to show you the unusual. So that's why the candlestick patterns that most people focus on, because everything could kind of be a candlestick pattern, but that's why there's a very specific amount of candlestick patterns that most people focus on, right? So I would say the doji, and the hammer. Sorry, so this would be the hammer. That's your doji, or spinning top, right? People who make that difference are cringe. But so hammer, spinning top pattern, and then I'd say the other big one is an engulfing candle. I'd say those are your big three that most people that I see trade. And the reason for that is because where most things I think are probably random, you're looking for some sort of signal in the noise when it comes to that. So that's why the reason that I believe that these candlesticks can be helpful is not that every candlestick means something. It's that when you see something that's unusual, it helps you kind of paint that picture, right? So like a hammer, for example, is just a stock that ran down a whole bunch and then bounced, right? So that's unusual action. If you've been watching, if you watch The Spy for any length of time, you'll know that days that it runs up all day and then sells back down to close about even, or that it sells off all day and it bounces up to close even, those are more rare than just a normal day, which is, some sort of trend or slop in one way or another, right? So that's basically what we're looking for. Same with dojis. The amount of times that you have a somewhat significant run up and then a somewhat significant sell off, and then you end right where you started, that's a significant event as well, right? That's a weird event that doesn't happen super often. And then the engulfing is basically just like, this is yesterday's action, and then today's action is just like this, right? It just completely engulfs it and pushes higher. That's another unusual event. So that's, I think, the power to candlesticks is not that everything has any sort of validity. It's just that the significant ones kind of do, right? So I talked about how this is a morning star pattern. Well, all that is, if you take, it's always important that you don't look at it so much as a pattern, but you look at it as, what does this actually mean, right? The point of candlesticks, as opposed to a line chart, right? A line chart just shows you the closing price each day, but doesn't show you the path of that closing price. So the only reason we use candlestick charts is because each candlestick gives us the four pieces of data, right? The high, say the low, the open, and the close, right? We just four pieces of data. So we're trying to paint a picture of what happened. So a morning star pattern like this is basically just a hammer candle, depending on how it lines up on a weekly chart. Just basically means that there was a lot of selling, and then that selling got negated one day, and then it rallied back up. So we're just using that, and we're saying, is that a potential buy order? But in and of itself, I think that means nothing. You have to combine that with all the context, right? So this, for me, would be a significant buy on this AGI, this gold one, because it was a rising 200-day moving average, and again, a significant kind of a candle. And then maybe you could have used this as your out, because we had this, indecision at the top and it fell down. But it's just important to note what all of these like actually mean, right? And I say that matters way more than actually what the candlestick is, right? It's the same as the question is Heiken Ashi. I think those are used a lot to make things look better than they are. But it doesn't matter, right? It's looking for patterns. It's the same way someone may say I trade bull flags. Well, that's just a pattern, right? And all of these are the whole point of all of these head and shoulders, right? Cup and handle, like all of them. The whole point of it is for us to, not that the pattern itself has any predictability in any way, shape, or form. What it is just to tell us what is the most recent path that the buyers and sellers have taken to do something. So each candle is just zooming in on a lower time frame, just quickly, right? And then each combination of candles is just kind of looking at that slightly intermediate term time frame, right? So I know what happened just with these three candles. So we'll zoom into like a 15-minute chart in a second here. I know we had like a choppy day one day, and then it gapped up and sold off, and then it's going to have a day that looks like that intraday, and now it's going to have a day that's straight down again. So it's just telling me what's happening, and this is why I say, look at them, but don't think they're God or anything, right? And then exactly what I just said, right? We had a tiny inside day, we had a gap up, and then a sell off, and then we had a day that looked like that, and then we're selling off again. So I didn't even really need to look at what happened intraday for any of these candles, um, any of these days, because I can just see it by looking at the daily chart. So that's all it is, right? So I'm very much a science-based, evidence-based kind of person. So all I do is I use them for what they are, is to a quick way when I'm looking at the daily chart, the candles just tell me what happened intraday, and that's it. And then I can glean from that what I may. So just scanning this chart, one thing, and I wasn't watching this here, I would have been very interested buying in this area because there was all of these days with bottoming tails. Not that I think bottoming tails mean anything, but I just look at that and I say, okay, so what happened each of these days to that stock was some sort of sell off that some person or system or algorithm or whatever started buying, and then it closed above that line, right? So if we went in and we looked at this area right here intraday, it would look roughly like this, where there was, right, some sort of sell off and a bounce, then it spent some time off there, some sell off and a bounce, and then, right, spend some time off there, and then some sort of sell off and a bounce, right? So looking at this and looking at these candles just tell me that there was a level of support in this area. Like the official names of all the candlestick, who knows, and really who cares? But it's just the picture they paint. So I wouldn't buy AGI because of that, right? Just knowing that. But if I was watching it because it was an anchored VWAP or a significant moving average or whatever it was, if there was some reason that I was interested in the name, it's just a quick way, instead of me zooming into a 15-minute chart to try to get a better look, I can just look at the candles, right? So it simplifies time frame. It's why you'll usually see me rocking a daily chart and a monthly chart or a weekly chart down here, because this just kind of tells me where AGI is in the grand scheme of things. And then the daily candles just telling me what's happening intraday, right? So what I bought something yesterday. Was it Groupon? I think it was Groupon I bought yesterday. Yes. Right. And again, it's just because Groupon's been going wild. And I had just noticed that these 2 days, right? We're getting this day was small, and then this day was inside that day. So that just makes a pattern. So if I zoom in on this on like a 15 or 30-minute chart, then I know that there's some sort of like triangle happening there. So the triangle doesn't mean anything, and these candles don't mean anything. It's just an easy way for me to see that triangle. And I liked Groupon because we have this insane short float. And this was an anchored VWAP play as well. So there's a couple reasons that I like this one. It was the anchored VWAP from right here. I think somewhere around there. Yeah, it was sitting right on that. So I'm using my longer term time horizon on this, which is just a consolidation pattern at high with a massive short float. And then I use these two candles as a way to zoom in to the intraday chart without having to zoom into the intraday chart. But if there's nothing wrong with just saying, okay, I like Groupon, and now let me turn off pre and post. I think it'll be easier to see. Right. So this is the anchored VWAP right here that I showed you from the daily chart. You see it's drawn in here. So basically I was just looking to buy a tight base in this one. So seeing that we had those two candles, right? Remember they looked just like this on the daily chart. That's just telling me that we have some sort of consolidation going on here. Then if you look at it on the intraday chart, right, we did have that consolidation going on. So I just had an order at 12, and that got me some. It looks like I was doing something. Looks like 13 would have been a good place to take some of that off. But you could just see that the point of it is just to allow you to view multiple time frames. And anyone else who says candlesticks is for any other reason, then they're crazy. Because for those who don't know the history, I guess I don't see any questions in there, so I'll keep ranting. But those who don't know the history is that candlesticks were invented by a guy in like feudal Japan, and he was a rice trader. And basically he was there was like rice trading pits down there. People would actually, because it's kind of a storable commodity, people would buy it and sell it, and try to actually speculate, just like we are, right? As long as there's assets, there is financial speculation. But everyone else, he noticed, all the other ones, of course, in feudal Japan, they were recording everything by hand. There wasn't any candlestick charts or computers or anything. So he invented this way to say basically everyone else was just recording the close of the day. So basically making a line chart, right? They were saying, okay, closed here, close here, close here. And that's how they were trading based off of, buying in trends and trading around seasonality and all the stuff that people do now. So this was the first guy who invented it and said, well, no, it's not really just the close that I care about. It traded at some high point and it traded at some low point, and it opened somewhere and then it closed somewhere. And he's like, I should record all of these pieces of data. So it's funny because candlesticks are so kind of ubiquitous across trading that I think a lot of people don't take 2 seconds and just take a step back and say, what does this actually mean? And what was it used for? Same with like the 200-day moving average. That's the yearly price. And because there's 252 trading days in the year, and by calculating that by hand would have been way harder. So people just use the 200-day moving average, right? The reason I know Steve loves his 10-period moving average, and the reason that's a common one, is simply because it's really, really easy to calculate the average of the last 10 closing prices. It's not because there's any, magic, blah, 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 blah. It's just really, really easy to add up 10 prices and divide them by 10. You're just moving a decimal point. Right. So that's why the 10-period moving average. And it's the same with candlesticks. It's simply a way to visualize data, right? The guy wanted. Now, what he noticed as he was recording his 4 pieces of data a day, instead of the other traders that he was trading against that were just recording 1, is that he was noticing these patterns, things like hammers, right? Just draw out. So you have a couple down moves, and then you have a hammer candle, and that marking a short-term low. He started to notice that, but again, all that's happening, if you take this chart, candle, and that's a candle, and that's a candle, and that's a candle, and that's a candle, then you have a hammer. But if you draw this out, it's just this, right? But he noticed that he could kind of mark a little bit what this better, just saying that buying didn't come in at the end of the day, it came in throughout the day. So I think that's it's probably long enough rant about that. But so the guy has his name in chat here, and then he became, like, if you inflation just his wealth out, he basically became a billionaire by trading just candlestick patterns. Again, in context of trends and all of these things. So that's I use them a lot, but I'm not ever confused to thinking that there's some sort of magic that's occurring, right? That's just simply showing me what's happening on a shorter term time frame. I think he also became like a samurai, which is basically the equivalent of being like knighted. Yeah, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years candlestick analysis and trend analysis has been going. If anyone thinks that we've like discovered something here, it's like no shot. They've been doing this for thousands of years. How access the trade ideas news lady voice. Well, if you have an alert window or something open, and it needs to be an alert window, let's just open a random alert window here. Then you go down to properties and actions. So I'll just do that again. You right click on the window, you go to properties and actions. And then when it says play a sound, you can just select the sound. So the voice is Windows built-in text-to-speech, right? So you'll just click the text-to-speech option. It's not like it's not like a thing that we've necessarily built in. We're pulling it from Windows's like thing. So it's trying to read the symbol, and it does it hilariously. Where 90% of the time it will just read the symbol and it does an amazing job. But every now and then she tries to say it like as a word, and it just really throws you off. I can't think of an example right now, but like grab would be a good one where it's an actual word. So every now and then I'll just be hanging out in my office and someone will just yell, like, I'm used to it reading like letters, and then it will just say, hey, cold. I'm like, what? There's only a handful of tickers that will give you that issue. Do I recommend any videos or books on candlesticks? I may have done one. Hold on. I've done a lot of videos in my time. I really forget quite often if I have done. Like, I did this 2 years ago. Oops. Yeah, but it's just more me ranting about the same thing. But really, when it comes to, well, Steve Bigelow, I guess, is a good one to look at. He's a Steve Bigelow is a guy who basically trades with candlesticks his entire life. The dude's been trading forever, and all he does is his whole concept is he uses a 10 SMA. I just deleted it, but he basically just uses candlestick patterns around moving averages as his whole philosophy. But really, I don't know if a book makes any sense because they are an absolute fact, right? So anyone who's trying to tell you anything that there's some sort of like detailed explanation needed is kind of pulling your leg. The important thing I think with candles is, again, just to understand that all it's doing, and it's more of a sit and think about it as opposed to like learning about it, right? Because all you need to know is the open was right here, this was the close, and this was the high, and this was the low. So at some point the day kind of looked like this, right? And just draw these out a lot, right? So this is what this candle right there looks like. That's it. Right. So just sit. And I would actually, that's probably a good exercise I came up with, is just grab a random candle on a chart. Like, let's grab this one right here and just draw it out. What happened? Well, it opened, sold off just ever so slightly, and rallied all day, and then sold off ever so slightly, and then it closed. So this is a line chart of what happened on this day. And just do that over and over and over again. You'll start to see why some things can be significant. Like this. Let's just do this one right here. This reverse hammer candle, right? It opened right here, it ran all day, and then it sold past the open and then went down a little bit more and then closed. So you can see how that would be significant. If you're looking to trade this stock, then you know that when it got up to this price last time, it had this massive, massive sell off. So if you're trying to short the thing, that's an obvious place for a stop loss. You could also say, hey, there was a massive seller there, so I'm going to wait for some sort of bounce and try to sell into that. And then again, it works for all time frames. So if you're looking at a 15-minute candlestick, it's just telling you what happened in the last 15 minutes on a single bar, right? So it's the fractal nature of trading, where a daily or weekly candlestick is just 5 daily candlesticks, right? So I can go in, I can just, here's the same stock, and I can highlight this candlestick. And all I know, I don't know all the crap that happened, but all I know is that we opened the week here, we rallied a little bit, and then we sold off all week, right? Closing pretty close to the lows. So then if I zoom in, this is going to encompass, let's ignore today's bar. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right? So it's these 5 bars, and that's exactly what happened. This is the open of the week. We rallied a little bit, we sold off all week, and then this is the close of the week. Right? So high or open, high, low, and close. Then so you just start to see, again, it's simply, and this is one thing that is the takeaway, is it's a very simple concept. It's just a way to data visualize the level below it. And then other than that, just don't worry too much about it. Again, just one last, because this one looks significantly, right? So this, if you were watching this intraday, this would have been the prior day close. Then it opened up here, right? Sold off a little bit, ran all day, but then at the end of the day, sold all the way back down and closed like this. So this is what the intraday chart looks like. So that could mean, oh, as it gapped up and ran, a big profit taker came in right there. And that could be the reason why the next day and the next couple of days it sold off, right? But just know that 90%, I think if you really just want to get into candlestick patterns and candlesticks in general, is just use them as the topping tail and the bottoming tails need both of it. And then use those around levels, right? So this level right here, the $60 on Monster Energy, is going to be a massive deal at some point. Because if you go just study each candle, you had this candle, so it ran all day and then just reversed hard when it got over 60. Then you had this one that came over 60 and got reversed hard. This one gapped over 60 and reversed hard. This one pushed up and then reversed hard, right? Same with this one, pushed up and then reversed hard. So it's just over and over and over and over again. At 60, there's some bleed through intraday and then somebody's selling securities. And that's the point of all trading, but especially candlestick analysis, is just try to pinpoint where there was either a big and sudden shift between buyers and sellers, or where there's an obvious seller that's playing his hand at a certain price over and over again. So 90% of the time, candlesticks aren't going to mean anything. And then that 10% of the time where there's a really obvious level that seems to be going on, you're just using that to predict, hey, there has definitely been somebody selling Monster at the 60 level. It doesn't necessarily mean that there will be sellers at the 60 level again. We just have absolutely no way of knowing that, and never will. It's just, can I take a slightly educated bet that maybe at the 60 level, if I'm holding some of this, I should sell some? Or if I see this go through the 60 level and then get reversed again, maybe I can take a shot, knowing that, again, you got to remember, the point of trading, the entire thing that we're doing is we're trying to get a 1 or a 2% edge on our win rate. That's the whole concept. The rest of it's just risk reward, right? If you came in, you flipped a coin for direction every day. You came in, you flipped a coin, and your entry was here, and you were risking 1 and you were trying to target 1. So you're risking $10 to make $10. In theory, over the long run, that's just, you're not going to lose any money doing that. You're not going to make any money, but you're not going to lose any money. 50% of the time, you'll make $10. 50% of the time, you'll lose $10. You do that for an incredibly long period of time, and that will be the net benefit. So the odds are either taking a 1-to-1 risk reward like that and saying, okay, if I use, say I only trade hammer candles, is that going to make that like a 55% win rate? Because if so, now I can play the same game of risk $10 to make $10, and I know over a long run of trades what I would make. Right. And the same with maybe what I try to do a lot of is, can I risk 1 to make 2, 3, 4, or 5 of, knowing that I will have a sub 50-50 win rate, knowing that like 40% of the time I'll be wrong. But as long as it's not 30% of the time, then I'm good. So I'm just trying to push my win rate up a little bit while risking 1 to make 2, or risking 1 to make 3. It's all math. Y'all got to go back to math. That's all it is. The shorter term time frame you're trading, the more it is all math. Right. What Barry does a lot of himself is he's trading the crazy runners on the day, because he knows when he's right, sometimes he can risk 1 to make 10. Right. And then after that, it's just repeating that edge over and over again. And then just doing it enough that a run of winners or a run of losers isn't going to mess anything one way or the other. How I read in Colling Guide to Volume Price Analysis. Yep. Read that one. It's okay. Again, there's no, it's funny. You'll all get here at some point. This was very interesting in Vegas. So as I was talking about, I did some teaching in Vegas on the weekend. Again, Brian Shannon, Dave Keller, Rajesh, who is a disciple of JC, lots and lots and lots and lots of very, very smart traders. It was a CMT conference. So mostly everybody who spoke was a chartered market technician and had been in the industry like myself for years and years and years and years. And then we all go out and drink afterwards, right? But listening to their presentation, it's all just their own. They have sat down and they have used some concept or method to understand the market, right? Brian Shannon talked about his anchored VWAP and how that's how he sees the market through. And then there was a couple quant guys who ran systems, and that was how they saw the market. That's kind of like how I do with TI Strength. There was, people that just simply use support and resistance. There was someone there who used harmonics for trading, Fibonacci, the whole 9 yards. But as I'm sitting there and I'm watching it, I'm like, they all end up expressing kind of the same thing, which is you're to trade in the direction of a trend, right? And then you're risking very little to make way more than you risk. And then you're just letting these small edges play out over time. And what I didn't see any of is, someone saying, and a lot of people posted their, back tests. My presentation had a whole bunch of back tests in it going back from 1980. And, they all talked about it, and every single one said the same thing. We are trying to get a very slight edge in direction. And then we're using risk management to, in the long run, make a bunch of money. So there's a comment here about too many for 90% of traders that still fail. Right. And I think part of that is that I don't think any of these people are dishonest in any way, but it's kind of like, I don't know, say I lost a bunch of weight and then I wrote a book about how I lost a bunch of weight. That may help 5% of people that read that book, right? Because maybe my way of losing weight was I'd get up and I'd take an ice bath every morning and blah, 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 and eat good food and whatever. Well, people that read that, half plus, I'm like, I'm not going to put in effort. I thought I was going to read this book, and then all of a sudden I was going to know how to lose a bunch of weight, and I'd make a bunch of weight, or I'd lose a bunch of weight. And right? The same as traders saying, I read this book and then I thought it would teach me how to trade, and then I could just hit a bunch of buttons and make money all day. It's absolutely no different, right? If I wrote a book on to teach somebody like an advanced mathematics concept, I could do it, and every piece of information in that book could be factually accurate. But if someone then doesn't then work on it themselves and start working in math and building out problems and learning and internalizing these things, it doesn't matter what I taught them, right? So that's really the high failure rate, is just that all of the successful people you'll hear, and this is why I always recommend the Market Wizards series, is because all of the successful people that you'll listen to, they have, this is the way I look at the market, and I focus on absolutely just this, and I don't bring up Apple and say, oh, I think Apple's going to go up or down, right? I have a system and a method of something that I'm looking for, right? So if we go to, I don't know, let's use Brian Shannon, for example. He looks for strength after a pullback to an anchored VWAP. Let's just grab something here at random that looks good. Something that looks a little better. Lily? Is Lily back to wow. Yeah, okay, perfect. So we have an anchored VWAP from here. This thing rocketed up dramatically, pulled back to this anchored VWAP. So all Brian is doing is saying, obvious uptrend, obviously strong stock. I want to buy somehow. I want to get involved in an uptrend. And all of them do the same thing. And if you read all the books, it's like, first you're identifying, you have an idea, which is, I need to get involved in this uptrend because we know trends persist. That's just the nature of, that's the only reason that any human being can ever make money in trading, is that trends persist. So then what's the method to get in? Well, some trader may say, well, you wait for consolidations like this and you buy breakouts of consolidations, and that's great. That will work for some. That will probably have a 50-ish% win rate. The point is that when they're wrong, this is where their stop out is, and they have some method to get out and make more than that. When someone may say, oh, I don't like chasing breakouts, it just doesn't fit with me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to buy pullbacks. So what Brian would do is he would look for something like Eli Lilly to show some strength off of this anchored VWAP. And this is a trading style that I do myself. But the idea, again, is simply, I know that if I get some strength off this anchored VWAP and I buy some, that there's a 50-50 shot, just very slightly less than that I'm wrong. And I'll stop out if it breaks under this area. But if I'm right, and it gets up to here, well, I have made, 3 to 4 times as much as when I'm right as when I'm wrong. So then I got to look at that and say, do I think there is a better than, I don't know, say 25% chance that Eli Lilly is going to bounce off, if it starts to bounce off this zone, that it's going to continue as opposed to pull back? If there's like greater than a 25% chance, and that's just probably a trade I should take, because if I think it's going to move twice as much as, or 3 times as much as I'm risking, well, I'm risking 3 to make 1. So that means if I have a 25% win rate, that would mean, say I risk $100 on any given trade. It means I make $300 when I'm correct. Right? So I'm risking 100 to make 300. So I know if I do that 25 and I'm right 25% of the time, I break even. So every percentage point above 25% means that that's a trade that I should take. And if I have that edge and I'm recording my trading in the long run, then I'll make money over time. So the reason I rant like this is the person is saying, yeah, there's a lot of books out there and 90% of traders fail. So most people aren't recording their trades. Most people aren't building a system in which they're doing stuff like this, where they're going to over and over again do the same thing. So they develop some sort of idea or intuition on the movement against something like that. They're not doing all these things, right? They say, oh, I read that I should buy bull flags. And then they're just buying bull flags. They haven't done any of the testing. They haven't done any of the work, right? Because all it is everyone saying, this is the way I look at the market. The same way someone may just say, this is the way I lost weight. It's like, good. It's probably 100% legitimate that you lost weight that way. But unless I do it and I start to do it, then, what's the point? I could read it, but who cares? So yeah, it was just really interesting to see everybody just have their own style, but it was all a lot of the same as this is my style as a way to um, trade pullbacks or breakouts, but it was all trend trading. There's really no one there who was like, yeah, I know when the top of the market's going to come in, so I just short that, or I know when the bottom is going to come in. It was all, here's a trend, I'm going to ride it for as long as I can, put the edge of my favor, away we go. Can you no? So the Market Explorer is not customizable, and the reason for that is the amount of calculation it takes to get into a Market Explorer strategy is a lot. So we can't have people then go and customize it because it would just implode the server. So now you can like copy and paste the symbols out and do something if you'd like. There we go. Sorry. Just getting pinged on Slack here. So
Michael.
So hold on, just gotta get. Sounds like the solution is better servers. Yeah, but those servers aren't free. So if we wanted to give everybody like their own $60,000 a month rental server, we couldn't charge $100 a month to do it. So, right, it's managing the amount of calculation we can do, and combining that with the amount of money that we want to have on the cost base kind of thing, right? Sorry, Barry.
Michael,
Yeah.
yes. I'm listening to you talking. Now, we're all, at that convention.
Yep.
Were there any day trader CMTs?
Oh yeah.
Really? Okay.
Well, and
And
Brian Shannon does a lot of
yeah,
well,
but you know what I mean. I mean, you're right. He can do some day trading, but I mean, he's pretty. Wow, look at this. Oh no, yes. I can just say a big war whoop for that. Man, oh man. SLNO.
yeah,
Yes.
all of
Sorry, Michael.
all of Brian's trades start as day trades, and then if they end up well at the end of the day, then he'll hold some for a couple days, kind of thing.
How about
That's his.
anybody else though? Anybody else who says, got up there and said, I am a day trader exclusively. I might swing trade maybe 10% of the time, but this is what I do. I'm a day trader. Was anybody like that?
There was one guy, yeah, who was an options guy.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that was about it, right?
Okay.
It's most, if you look, and I've done as much, it's very hard to get the statistics, but most people interested in the markets are not day traders, like 80 to 90%. So it's just, I guess, tailoring more to that crowd than anything. But yeah, there was one options guy, and he did a lot of gaps and stuff. He said I don't know, right before he got there, he said he had a great one in Pinterest. I don't know what happened in Pinterest recently. The gap recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, there it goes. So it must have been on this candle. Yeah, he said the thing gapped up and he bought puts into it, kind of thing, right? But yeah, there was one guy who was an exclusive day trader. Now most of them are just, I'm going to buy something and I'm going to hold it for as long as it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you ask?
Okay, I just wanted to jump in. I'll let you keep going. I'm having to manage this SLNO trade, so I
Sounds
just
good.
wanted to just curious to see if there's any pure day traders there, but it sounds like there was really just one. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute again.
Okay. So yeah, someone has a question. What was my aha moment? The aha moment I had, and this is the kind of point of what I've been ranting about for a while, was when I stopped caring about win rate. And I think there's a couple things that end up becoming freeing with that, is if you kind of like emotionally accept that most of the time, um not necessarily most of the time, like half of the time or more, you'll be wrong, I think that is just like the most freeing thing that you can do as a trader. Because what it's going to tell you, because again, even if you're a day trader and even if you're really, really good and you're really, really active, like the best traders in the world get to like that 60-70% of win rate. But the regardless of what you do, you're going to have losers, right? So the more that you accept that, so for me, when it came when basically, and when I was taking my CMT as well, they showed a bunch of academic studies that studied trend followers of all time frames, people, and trend follower just meaning, right, I'm going to buy something that's already going up, right? So we can look at what's this SLNO that everyone's talking about. This is probably one of these like low float. Yeah, I just don't really even look at these things anymore, right? So if you're buying this thing at all, you're a trend follower, right? That's so just so you know what I mean. It means I'm buying something that is going up and I'm hoping to profit as it continues to go up, right? Call it momentum trading, call it trend following. It's basically the same thing. And there was a whole bunch of studies done of hedge funds, the best guys out there, where they whether they were day traders or whatever, this studied a bunch of prop firms and a bunch of hedge funds that were all trend followers, different time frames, different instruments, different countries, whatever. All of them, basically. There's only a few that consistently broke a 50% win rate. Most were 30 to 40% range of win rate, right? But all of these they only studied the profitable ones. They didn't study the unprofitable ones, but all of these were profitable. So kind of reading that and like really having a sit and think that these are the best of the best of the best of the best, it makes you go, oh shit. And then you really just kind of realize I'm going to be wrong a lot. And I'm going to get stopped out a lot. And then once you realize that, you go, okay, but that's no big deal. It makes you really start focusing on the statistics behind it, right? Because now it's like, okay, I'm going to be wrong on half of my trades. So I need to make sure that I'm not emotional when I'm wrong. That's usually position sizing, right? You know, you'll see Barry, you'll get stopped out of a trade. Well, oh well, and then he moves on to the next trade. None of them are ever big enough that it hurts. And that's the same kind of thing with, again, my style, even though it's swing trading instead of day trading. It's just, I'm going to get stopped out a bunch. So I just need to make sure that each of those stop outs don't hurt me in any given way. And then from there, I'm just going, okay, well, what's the probability, or how much can I make when I'm right? And that became my focus. I no longer cared about win rate, because just through random luck, you're probably going to be right 30 to 50% of the time. So then my focus became entirely on risk management, right? I did a video on my channel. I talked about this, where I took one of those prop firm challenges for Forex and I used just a random moving average crossover strategy. And I passed in like a couple weeks. Because the concept was just put you in any trade. I really think somebody could randomly select their entries, but then they manage risk correctly, they could end up making money at the end of the day. So that was really my aha moment, is the just knowledge of, man, I could just do this randomly and I could win based off of just managing risk, right? So Yeti is something that I'm interested in here. I took a trade in Yeti here and I made some pretty decent money. I think I got it around here. And I took some Yeti here and I did okay. I held on this day, and then when it gapped down the next day and then took out this low, I got out. So that wasn't amazing, but it was a little bit. And then now it's kind of back here again. So, you know, it all depends. This initial breakout is now underwater here. So I would be down money if I didn't manage these trades, right? So the whole winners take care of themselves thing, that's balderdash, right? You need to be monitoring kind of ways in and ways out. It's the same. I still do some of this as well, where I have kind of programmatic trades that just like they just throw trades into my blotter from kind of systems I run, and then I manage them myself, right? So, you know, it's all cliche stuff, I'm sure everyone heard before, but when you yeah, when you really internalize, as soon as I enter a trade, there's no control over whether it's going to go up or down. People will then turn to like fundamentals and they'll start reading news and say, "Oh, but it's a good company. I should hold this thing." For me, I just you almost get like black pilled and like jaded on it, really. Where I'm like, I'm gonna buy Yeti. If we close like this today and we put in this doji, that's a nice indecision candle that's inside this candle. And there's also 2 bottoming tails that would happen at this anchored VWAP. That's a setup that I like. A number of bottoming tails at an anchored VWAP from before the gap. If we start to reverse off that and we break these highs, again, assuming today closes like this, I don't know what this candle is going to close like. If we get back up here, I'm buying some, and my stop's going to go right here. Soon as I know 100% that there's like a coin flip of whether I'll be right or wrong in this trade, just makes everything so much easier, right? I'm just taking the trade. If I'm wrong, whatever. Right? I'll be wrong hundreds of times this year. Also helps having a wife. Tells you she's wrong all the time, so you just get used to it as well. Thanks. I see you're switching several windows in one with tabs. Yeah, so for people who don't know, if you're on a dock, if you hover over the middle here, it creates tabs. So I use tabs a lot, like a lot, because this is basically all I look at all day. I've got the web version open, and I usually have the web version open on just another monitor. And I have the web version running. Like if I'm doing something else, I'm not even looking at the downloaded version. I usually just have this open, and I like the change in last hour, this one, because it just tells you what's moving in real time. So I'll have something like this open. But when I'm doing my scanning and everything at night, I just have this. There's my price alerts up here. Getty, I'm looking at, right? Big, strong pullback. We're looking at Getty on this pullback. But yeah, I have just these different tabs because I don't need to see the price alerts when I'm scanning. And I don't have this open all day either. I have my price alerts open all day. Because my philosophy is you're just better to scan the night before than try to predict as things are going on throughout the day. So yeah, I'd really look into it. It's a good way. You can do different charts and stuff too. Oh, that's something that we will talk about later, I'm certainly sure. How difficult to get the CMT? It's 3 years of studying and tests. It's about the same level of like a CFA, I guess, or a CPA, that type of accreditation. So it's a bunch. And then after that, you just need to have some CPAs vouch for you as a, yes, this person's knows what they're talking about and isn't a scammer, that kind of thing, right? Is there a school? Not like a physical school, but when you take your CMT, there's Wiley offers a course, and Optuma offers a course. So they're video lessons and everything, where it's like you read the chapter and then you watch their video, and then they have sample exams. Like this, so there's a whole course that's built out, not like a physical school location. And then yeah, you have to go attend somewhere physically to write the exams because they got to make sure no one's cheating and all that kind of stuff. So a couple of these, I don't know, is dishing an uptrend. We're not going to do this again, Michael. Were you going to show me a bunch of stuff in downtrends? No, so we're not going to talk about this. Right? Now, again, you know my answer, Michael. If you have a problem with trends, then I would put on a moving average. But this is an awful stock that's breaking down to new lows. So I just don't. Again, if you got a system that you've back tested and says, I'm going to buy stocks that are absolutely getting hammered, then go right ahead. I just don't subscribe to that system, right? Again, if you want to make the trend part of it simple, is put on a 200-day moving average. If that is sloping up, then that's probably a company that's doing well. If it's below it and it's sloping down, that's probably a company that's doing absolutely horribly, right? This thing is just probably at this point, I don't know, maybe it goes to zero. Who knows?
That's it. That's all there is to trading. Sloping 200-day moving average. Up is good, down is bad. That's it.
That's about it. Well, like, look, if I look at your, that's what I was basically, I don't know if you were listening there, but I was saying you're doing the same stuff I'm doing. You're just doing it on a different time frame. Right? I was like, Barry's just a trend trader like anyone else, right? You're just,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's just a same concept is that markets trend. And that's like I don't know, I think it triggers people when I say it, but that's like the one thing we can point to. And if they didn't, nobody would make money in the markets, right? The only thing that makes trading a viable concept is that markets trend further than they should if they're random, right? If SLNO was moving randomly, quote unquote, it wouldn't be putting in these trends, right?
Exactly.
So, again, you can try to be the guy who picks the top of them and good luck to you, but it just seems like an easier life to know that stocks are going to move like this. So regardless of what I pick, whether I'm buying the pullbacks or buying the breakouts or trying to buy the turns or whatever, it's just better that I'm trading them that way.
Let me answer Michael. I think he said Yeti, not Getty.
Both.
Okay.
I did say Getty.
Oh, he did say Getty.
Yeah,
My
I'm gonna
goodness,
buy.
Getty. That
Yeah.
little NFT. I mean, yeah,
No, not an NFT thing. They're
yeah.
they sell
Wow.
pitches.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go back and a few press releases ago. I mean, they're all about the NFTs. But anyway, I
You
hope it
should
works
know,
good.
Barry. I am not reading any
I
goddamn
know.
press release. All
I
I
know.
see is this thing's gone from like it's doubled. I love
hmm
stocks that double off their lows, right? So from 350 to over $7.
hmm
Pull back, yeah, anchor a VWAP from that low. You see how it's right at $6 right here.
Yep.
So we're bouncing off that. So I'm gonna if we were to close right here, I'll buy it on today's close. My stop goes under these lows, and then
hmm
I know that that's 2 times my risk. So if we get back and through that, and I think that's going to happen more than 30% of the time, I'm going to take the trade, right? And then
hmm
this thing, I'm to be honest, I'm shocked on that short float because it's just so
Yeah. Nothing.
beaten down, right?
Yeah.
Usually you see things beaten down like that, you assume they're much heavily shorted, but it's like one of those things. I don't think this thing's probably ever getting back to $30. This must have been a SPAC, so it's probably going to hell like all the other SPACs are. But yeah, if I'm in at 6 or 6:30 and I'm out at 6, I'm risking 30 cents. So do I think I could get to what's that 690, which would be right in here? Well, yeah, that would be double my risk, and that's all I
Well,
need.
actually, if you look left on the daily chart, the next high is 736. So yeah, I mean, there's a
Yeah.
possibility. That's all I do. Just look left to see where the next high is, and on the daily, if I see it and it's more than one, it's more. Excuse me, more than a 1 for 2, then I'll take the trade.
Well, and that's what I'm talking about too when I'm calculating my reward. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't really like hard targets where you say,
Exactly.
but what I'm doing is I'm saying, is it reasonable? So if I buy it at
Exactly.
6, all right, so I'm risking 30 cents. So I'm just doing this for the audience. And then if I tack on 60 cents, right, then that's 2-to-1 risk reward. So I'm not doing that to say I'm just going to put out an order there and go. If it's really running and it's going to run through this high and make a new one, that's just better. But I'm saying, is it reasonable for me to think I'm going to make double what my risk is? And that would, again, get us to 690. And as
Right.
Barry said, we have the high here at 730. And I think, yeah, it's reasonable that I could get, or even if there's people looking to take profits up here, well, I'm getting out before then. So yeah, I think that's reasonable. So
Yeah, you've got to go into the trade, as you call it, a reasonable expectation of getting a 1 for 2. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
right.
But you want to take the trade, try to put the odds in your favor that it's reasonable to think, okay, it could happen, but it may not. But now that's why we have a stop. Or you get out at a 1 for 1. I mean, it's not the end of the world if you get into a 1 for 1 situation and then it stalls and then it starts moving back down. You think, you know what? I don't like the way it's trading anymore. So you make a little bit of money.
Yeah. You always have some sort of a trail, right? It just,
Mhm.
and you always have like I always have one that if I'm up like even 0.5 for one, I generally move my stop up because
Right.
I hate it so much being up money and then it turning into a loss. So it's just like
Oh yeah.
mentally I do it
Yeah.
because it's just so obnoxious. But
Okay, my friend, I better get back into the other room also. So thanks for
Alrighty.
spelling me for the hour, and have a
No problem.
great rest of the day, Michael.
Oh, it will be fantastic, I'm sure.
Okay,
Have a good
bye.
one. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. I was a little over time talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Let me get my music going. Where are you, music? There we go. So yeah, so guys, I was able to carve out a little bit of a decent profit out of the SLNO. Still not easy, but I'm telling you, I mean, listen, if this takes out 25 by the end of the day, I mean, this could keep running. This is not again, I'm not saying that if it takes out 25 that you just pile into the trade, but towards the end of the day, if it gets near that high of the day, I mean, it could keep running with that float. And listen, nobody is saying that this should be up 441% based on that news. Okay, nobody. But doesn't matter what we think. I mean, we just have to trade what we see. And I had that alert set just over $22, and I was watching. I was on my break right around here, and then on that at the 12:30 candle, it took it out. So closed my eyes, took some. Yeah, so Martin, I'm not 100% sure I would hold this tomorrow. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'd be very afraid that they're going to do a financing. Okay, it may not happen, after hours today. It may not happen tomorrow. It may never happen. But I mean, a company that was $4 yesterday and is up to 25, you can almost rest assured they're going to do a financing at some point. Now, it's a matter of when are they going to do it. And if they don't do a financing, they're crazy. Take advantage of this. Now, where they're going to be able to do the financing is another issue. I mean, I have, when and if they do it. Anyway, it's been fun. This has been a great day. I mean, when I say a great day, it's been an exciting day. I've had two massive misses. The UNFI short, which unfortunately it's because it did what it did at the beginning of the day. As William said, this is what should have happened at the beginning of the day instead of this pull up here. I mean, that was at what, 9:30? That's what kind of, destroyed my confidence in taking the short on it. I was kind of hoping it would do that candle right there, the 10:15, hitting through 15, and then it is making its way down. It just didn't do it. Now, now while I was on my break, did this really happen, or was this like was there any way you could get out of the trade? I saw this topping tail with Femi, Femy. I mean, that must have been so quick. I don't know. Was it any way to actually take some out at a decent level? Oh, great. Okay. So, William, thank you. You'll keep the room open till 4. Great. Never give up, Ryan. I mean, these ones, they sometimes have a life later on, and that's all I look for. These ones that really are crazy in the morning, and then sometimes now this happened a little bit earlier, the SLNY, but I was actually thinking it might happen. Sorry, SLNO. But believe it or not, I mean, it still has a shot. I mean, if it hangs around this area, for an hour or so, time is it now? 109. So get to 230 or so, and then you never know, especially if you get the volume coming in. 31 million have traded, 8 million in the float. This is going to probably trade the float at least 5 times today. We're basically at 4 times now. See the DMK, yeah, I saw the DMK, another crazy one. We're in a bio market right now, guys. A little bio market. Um, yeah, I don't know what the story is on DMK. I mean, this is not. I mean, this looks like it just started trading this week. So, or this a month? Sorry, that's a monthly candle. There we go. I don't remember this one. I don't know if this was it's hard. It was certainly was not an IPO at 73 cents. So there we go. Okay, so thank you, Casa. So this was ADMP, changed its name to DMK, trying to make people forget about the disaster it was when it was ADMP. Because look at the position in lifetime range. It's way down at the bottom of its lifetime range. Whereas if you look at this, you think, oh man, this is a lifetime high. It's all psychological. DMK, no, I did not mention it when it was under 50 cents. I only saw it when it hit the scanner right here at 1228 on the alert on the halt. Because my minimum here is a dollar, I think. I think it's a dollar in this scanner, so I would not see anything under a dollar. I'm not sure. It's excuse me, very possible it did get halted before that. Looks like it could have easily. Oh man, this is getting so. I mean, this SLNO. I mean, I have a little bit left. A little bit left, not a lot, but I have a little debt. I call this. Well, here we go. There's my lottery. There's sort of my lottery ticket, maybe. Man, well, I'm playing the put a price alert above the current price game. If I can keep inducing it up. Yeah, no, it was well pre-market actually. I mean, here's at 7 o'clock Eastern time. 7 o'clock Eastern time. This was a $4 stock. You saw the news. I thought it might have been over right here, okay, because it popped up to $18, and then look what it did. I mean, it got all the way back down to 10. I mean, that's a massive, massive pullback. This move that surprised me, this move at 8 o'clock, that's the one that cut 8:15. That's the 8:15, 15-minute candle. That's the one that kind of surprised me. That thought, well, just maybe this has got something left in the tank. But I'm pretty sure that most people, when it got up to 18 and then it got down to 10, probably thought that was over. And I will, put up my hand. I would have been most people. So, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So, time is it? It is 1:13, 1:14. So, that long, but again, in case I have some technical issues. Okay, so I'm muting myself now in both rooms. UNFI continues to make its way down, guys. The UNFI. So even late, kind of late in the 10-day daily breakdown, you might consider it late. 1026 the time, 1470 the price, 1389 now. So almost a dollar move. And one of the few earnings plays was UNFI. One of the very few earnings plays. That's why, when we get back into earnings season, we'll have the only issue sometimes can be there's too much to choose from. Yeah, let me get rid of the announcement. So today I probably will attend the marketing meeting, guys, at that 2 o'clock. I haven't been attending them as frequently as I used to, so I'll probably take at 2 o'clock Eastern. I'll probably take a look at the what they're talking about. And again, I'm only going to say it one more time, but that SLNO, if it takes out 25 in a big way meaning take a look at at the volume. Come on. Like you see these volume bars right there. You see the acceleration in the acceleration, the increase in the volume bars. You can look at 1145. So all these candles right there, there's really not a lot of volume coming in, and all of a sudden the volume started to come in right there, and then there. If you can follow that dotted line, all these volume. So we want to see a big, like I would want to see at least a volume at, like that. It's not the absolute volume I'm looking for. It's in relation to the previous candles or volume bars. Okay. Have I traded IMVT? No, unfortunately I didn't, espresso. At the beginning of the day, I found just maybe a little too choppy, but tomorrow I'll listen to PJ. Oh, I'm just kidding. It's a guy in our other room. Espresso. Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You guys have been talking about Nutanix. Let's take a look at NTNX, NTNX. Ugly. Wow. So you guys shorted that one, obviously. Big pop, big drop. Now, why don't I have an alert for PDFS? Let's take a look. I did that on the 22nd. PDFS. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the next high looking left is 3258. So I bought UNFI for the pop tomorrow. Michael Anthony, no, I haven't bought UNFI. I'm upset that I didn't get in on the short. I have not bought. Why would you say that? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? I don't know what it's going to do tomorrow. Nobody knows what it's going to do tomorrow. Okay, guys. So actually, I should look at UNFI. Where could it keep going to before it might find a little bit of support? I mean, it's almost a lot. It's almost a lifetime low. Getting close within 11%. So let's take a look at a monthly chart and see where is the next low. Well, so I can't see it here. Here we go. Nope. Okay, 1021. This is back in May of, so over 3 years ago. The low on the monthly chart is 1021. But Michael, I see, I will not anticipate that's what's going to happen. Okay. You're saying it looks oversold. Sure. I mean, I guess if you look at RSI and all that stuff, I'm sure that people thought, my guess is that people thought this was oversold, morph here, and then oversold yesterday. And, I mean, I'm not saying it may bounce at some point, but you can't predict, something that's going to bounce just because you think it's oversold. If you feel if that's part of your trading plan, as Michael constantly tells you and anybody else to buy something that you think is oversold for a potential bounce tomorrow, yeah, go for it. Here's another one, guys. I mean, tomorrow, I mean, look at the market. This market has not been favorable to any bounces or, in my opinion, any daily reversals. Except look at all these great daily reversals. I mean, I can look at SPRY, but look at the FSR, the Verve. Look at the INZY now. I mean, here's an alert at 454. I mean, is it a rocket ship like some of the other ones? No, but I mean, look how steadily it has moved up. INZY. Yeah, certainly not a fundamental play, Captain. SLNA or O, SLNO. Certainly not a fundamental play. Espresso trades. How did I find all these? Are you talking about the scan here? I mean, just a scan I put together. You can have it. It's just looking for stocks. And that's why I'm amazed, because on a day that the market's down, but this is looking for stocks that were beaten up a bit yesterday and recovering today. Okay, so when you look at all like this SPRY, so down day yesterday. Now it's pulled. It is. It didn't sustain, but I mean that's a great move. From the alert at 396 up to, before it pulled back at all, up to almost 450. The FSR. I know this went over 6. So again, the alert at 9:39 Eastern time, right? 571 got up to 648. I mean, these are great percentage moves. And that's all before they pulled back. Now they're giving it up. I think the we a little bit. I think I got up to 340. Yeah. So you can see the trademark of most of these now is that they had a great move and then they succumbed. But that's why they're day trades. The Verve was awesome. 1318 got up to 1377. So if goes according to Forum, you would think that we'll think that this INSI probably will start giving it up at some point. A lot of shares available, 3.4 million to short at Interactive Brokers. And it's coming into the next high is 486. So this could, at this point, might turn into a nice short. Tandem, let's see what Tandem did, TNDM. 2043, what did it get up to? Yeah, so that did not really move. As I say, remember, they're ideas. So, but overall, on a day in which the market's just getting hit, to find reversals, I'm very surprised. What I'm more surprised about is that we're not finding stocks that had a good day yesterday and are reversing today because make sure I haven't accidentally unchecked it. No, up big yesterday, but down big today. Down big yesterday, but up big today. It's all it's looking for. And I'm sharing it. And again, what I like about these sort of scans, I mean, that's it for the day. Okay, I mean, you're not overwhelmed by 100 stocks coming at you. This is it for the day. And why? Because I put some fairly tough filters on them, so I want to restrict how many I see. Real mentioned ions, I think a little while. Oh man, what a great trend ions is. What a great trend. So how can I answer that question, Espresso? Is it hard to trade for a living wage? Well, it all depends, I suppose, on how much time you're willing to put in, how much capital you've got to start. If you're talking about day trading, if you're talking about swing trading, I mean, that's, it's a different, it's way, I'm just not a swing trader. A lot of swing traders, I think, will also have other jobs, but I've been doing this for a long time. I'm able to pay the bills. Boy, this SLNO, this is feel like this could just. I still have some of this left, not much. I don't have very much left, but I may, if this gets over 25 in a big way with some volume, I may add. But again, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. I'm just pointing out that the way this is trading, it has not completely capitulated. Yeah, well, I'll say this, Espresso. I mean, If you have to make money in the market in order to pay bills and all, you have to, that's awfully hard. Okay. I mean, depending on your account size, of course, but I mean, if you're under the gun to make money every single day or to come out really positive every single month in order to pay mortgage, food, gas, car, whatever, and that is a very hard, it's very, very difficult to do because I mean, you just feel like you're under the gun, and every losing trade, you start to sweat. And sometimes what you'll end up doing is, you'll throw away your trading plan that, with all the best intentions in the world, you want to follow, but you start making some losing trades, and then you say, "Oh my gosh, I'm down $1,000. I've got to, and I've got to make 5,000 this month, or whatever." So now you start taking risks that you wouldn't normally do because you're under the gun. So it's very hard to, you've got to make money to make you got to make money in the market in order to pay your bills. Very, very difficult. All right. Wow. Look at this. Look at this market just again giving it up again at a little bit of a run here for one since 11:30 up to, at the top anyway, up to 1:15. But now, guys, with the VT moving, I mean, the ROIV, ROIV, I wish I could remember what was the percentage they got. I know you can hear me. I'm very sensitive mic. So what was I going to say? I was trying to find out the ROIV. So we've got a $23 price target put on ROIV by Truist, but that's not the. Hey guys, help me here. What percentage is ROIV of IMVT? I thought it was 50%. Oh man, I might be wrong. Okay, guys, I have to concentrate now on the SLNO. I'm trying to figure out a way to get rid of some. I mean, I know I can hit the sell button, but okay, guys. So I've taken some off now. I don't have very much left, but I'm going to. I'm going to hold on to a piece though. Maybe add again if it takes out the high at the end of the day. I don't know. And a wild one. And look at the volume that came in. You see what happened? The volume came in. It's all about price alerts. I'm just watching it here. Again, CASA or CAM, can somebody tell me how much of IMVT does Roiv own? ROIV? I know I saw it earlier, but I can't seem to find that the headline. Oh, no, no, I did not. Hey, listen, I wish I could say I bought SLNO pre-market and hold it. No, 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 not at all. I had no faith in that. Yeah. So how much of IMVT does ROIV actually own though? It's the parent, yes, but how much does it own? I could have sworn I read. Thank you. Thank you, Otto. 56.5%. I thought it was 50%, a minimum 50%. Okay. That's the number I was looking for. I did see it. I know I had a headline on it, but I just didn't I just couldn't find it again. All right, guys. Wow. Okay. What time is it now? 1:44. So I think I'm going to attend this marketing meeting in about 15 minutes. 64% shady? Is that so? It's not. That's what they own. ROIV owns 64% of IMVT. Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, we're now above another whole number. And another whole number. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. So 64%. I mean, that's obviously, I'm surprised it's not up more because IMVT is up 100%, over 100%, I believe. Yeah, 103%. And ROIV, if they own, well, even if it's 50%, whatever that number is, 50%, I'm surprised it's not up more. Now it's got 503 million in the float. Take a look at IMVT. There's your difference. So 10 times the float. This could go, I mean, this could, this SLNO could go crazy after hours if it holds near the high of the day at 4 o'clock. Or, yeah, 4 o'clock. Now, listen, it could just collapse too. So I'm not suggesting it's going to go crazy after hours, but it could go crazy if it holds the high of the day at 4 o'clock. Doesn't have to be right on the penny, but within maybe even a dollar or two. Okay, well, I guess it depends on the data, okay? Because so they're saying, I mean, whatever it is, it's big, 56%, according to LSEG data, okay? So, it's possible that other sources are getting it from, I don't know, have other data sources. That happens to us all the time, but at any rate, it's 50% minimum, okay? That ROIV has of IMVT. All right, take a look at this now. CDT. So this has had the biggest change in the last 30 minutes. Don't see this, but there's the SLNO, of course, biggest change in the last 30 minutes. And there are shares available, but I'm so glad I didn't do it. 4,500 shares available. Interactive brokers to short, but you're trying to short a freight train right now. At some point, is it going to come down? Absolutely. Man, meanwhile, I mean, I'm missing out this one also. Oof, abnormal option activity. Let's see. The alert happened at 12:38 time, 2380. So this has moved down to 2352. One of those Liberty companies. Many, many Liberty companies. And this has got the tie-in with Sirius. And I don't understand the relationships at all, but it's amazing. I was falling asleep yesterday during the day, during the market hours, but not today. Meanwhile, what's Bitcoin doing? Ugh. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the TSX. I saw 19,600. I thought that was Bitcoin, but it's around 26,000 still. Mara continues to be weak, weak, weak. MARA. Oh, okay, guys. Anything else? How's that IMVT doing? Is it still holding the highs? Yes, it is. No, the next highs, we looked at this. Yeah, the next high on the monthly chart is 43.49, and that was back in February of 21. You would think there's some support for more around here. I know William thought it was worth about $14, just doing some calculations. You would think there might be some support around 20. Looking at that monthly chart for MORF, back to a weekly chart. Look how SLNO looked like it held the VWAP. 1966 is the VWAP and got a little bit below it, but the kind of held the VWAP area. Uh, 28 guys, 28 imminent. Again, 28.53 is the high. There it is. Wow. Never mind 28. Look at 29 now. Never mind. Yeah. Well, why not? Why not? 30. Now, there's no more shorts left at Interactive Brokers now. They've been, I think that last time I looked, they were at 4,500. They've been snapped up. I don't know when those people did it, but okay, guys. So IMVT, I mean, I think it's just hard to find a top on this, but IMVT, I mean, yeah, there's a red candle there. Maybe if it takes out 40 in a big way on some volume, perhaps, but ooh, how ugly is Dish? All-time low now? Not quite. Yeah, all-time low now. Dish, DISH. Wow. Look at Femi. Well, Femi, I mean, the only thing I can say about Femi is that, again, okay, it had some news. It's been super erratic, though. I mean, look at this big topping tail. I asked earlier, this is when I was on my break, right at noon. Was this a real trade up here? And how fast was that? And then right back down. Maybe it could get going if it takes out 130 again. I'm just looking at I'm disregarding the topping tails here. Just looking at the high of the body of those two candles around 130. But I mean, it's been super choppy. Did have some news though, and it's relatively low float. Okay, guys, I think I'll head out and listen to maybe some of this marketing meeting. Just give me a moment. I'll put myself on mute now. I just happened to pop onto or click onto Tilray. Look at Tilray now. Remember all that excitement about the cannabis plays and etc. Just absolutely fizzling out. Probably not a lot of shorts available, Leanne, for SLNO. There were some earlier at IB, not many, but there were some earlier. There are none right now. So I don't know. I can't speak for other brokerages, of course, but well, can I say it? Otis going down. Otis elevators? Yeah. Otis elevators on the way down here, guys. OTIS. There's about an hour, about $1 to the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Plus, I don't know about shorting SLNO. I mean, just when you think it's got to be over, I mean, it just keeps. I mean, this is really so far. This is pretty impressive. I think the big uh-oh moment was right here at 25.10, and it got down to 18.83. But since then, it's had a nice, pretty orderly. I mean, there are still some topping tails and bottoming tails, but pretty orderly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Has that look for after hour action. As long as it closes near the high. Doesn't have to be right at the high, but I'm going to be watching this. I mean, I'm going to take off at around 3, but I'll be coming back about 10 to 3 or 10 to 4 or so, wanting to see where it's trading. And then I'm going to watch to see how it's trading after hours. Yeah, I mean, obviously the horrible news would be a financing. You don't want to see that. Hey guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, briefly through 30, briefly through 30. That's the SLNO. See how the volume picked up though? Ever since about 11:30 to about an hour, the volume was just, not that great. All of a sudden the volume picked up, subsided a bit, but the volume is I like to see what happens on this one, 12:25. So volume subsided a bit here because we've only got another 4 minutes left for this volume bar. So the volume has subsided. So got to watch it now. And it wasn't a SPAC. We saw this sort of action last couple of weeks, the last 3 weeks, with some of these crazy SPACs making these moves, but this is actually not a SPAC. And it's not an insanely low float. I mean, 8 million is low, but it's not like one of these sub 1 million. Okay, Luca, I know you're probably short IMVT. Luca from our YouTube room, probably short IMVT, breakdown through 40. Yeah, I recall SLNO many, many years ago. Many years ago. I don't know if it's done any. Well, it has definitely done some reverse splits because there's no way this had has been 8 million in the flow. So it had to do some reverse splits in order to regain NASDAQ compliance. So reverse split adjusted. Yeah, I mean the stock was up here at 746. That's reverse split adjusted. So the actual high for this, without doing reverse splits was 742. So just let's put that in con. But nobody trading it today gives cares about that. What was the news? Just well, I mean, they had some positive data. That's all. I mean, should it be up 536% on it? No. But here that was the news. Announces positive results for whatever DCCR is. But there's the news. Okay. All right, guys, 2:30, so about a half an hour left. I'll just talk a little bit about my homepage. I'm pretty sure that this promo is going to be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Thought it might end last night, but one more day at least. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the top here, so there. Why did he change that? I wonder if he changed this. Just give me a moment here. Because I think that promo code is still working. Just give me a moment. He, meaning the person who handles my homepage. Yeah, so just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So listen, fall sale 25 is still active. Okay, so I'm gonna have to type it in for you. I think the gentleman who handles my webpage, I guess he got ahead of himself. So there's the promo code. Okay, fall sale 25. You can still use it to get 25% off the first month only, or of course the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And on my homepage, so again, don't use that. You can still use the fall sale 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Getting started, 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. You must do that first. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, Michael Noss put this series of videos together. I would recommend if you're new to trading to take a look at that. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for that. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. Big education section is here, and here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, here they are. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. There's the momentum scan is right here. The abnormal option activity is up here. Those are the two that you can see. I have some others that I'm sharing on my other monitors. And as always, if you are going to take out a subscription, just please, go to my homepage, use the code that you can. Now, again, if you're going to do it right now, fall sale 25. And that's what you should use to get 25% off. And but if you're going to take out a subscription tomorrow or next week or next year, just go to my homepage, come into the room, use the code, helps the room immensely. Okay, keeps the room free. We're trying to keep the room free. I know I keep saying that, but it's true, guys. We're trying to keep this room free. Been free for almost 8 years now. So again, good time to ask questions if you have any. Probably not going to do too much. I'm just kind of holding, see what happens with this SLNO. If it can really take out 30. Now here's even another one that's kind of sneaky. This SWIN. Another one. Whoops, get rid of the another one that's kind of sneaky. The SWIN. The alert was at 2:08 Eastern, 3:55. And so it's now at 372, got up to 375. I mean, this has been sneaky good. Some of them have been not just sneaky good, but awesome. On the daily reversal. That's all it is. It's just a daily reversal. Stock that was down yesterday, up today. That's all it is. Very, very, pretty darn simple. I mean, there are other filters in place, of course, but pretty darn simple. Is there a 30% off ever? I think I've seen, it's rare. I can't tell you if it's going to happen again, but it is rare. Of course, it all depends on what you're looking to do. If you're looking to take out a monthly, the difference between 25 and 5 is nothing. If you're looking to go yearly, the difference between 25 and 30 on a stanual, on an annual, what's that, $50? I mean, it's not a huge amount, the difference. I get it. It's always nice to get the most you can, but yeah, so the difference, if you're going standard, I mean, the difference would be $50 on an annual. Here's a late day one, guys, on the option scanner. A late day AX. Don't like it. Why? I look left. I think I see some support. Boy, this is another super weak one, guys. Says AXTA. The next low looking left. It is late. I'm not going to do anything, but the next low looking left is 25.93. So about 50 cents to that next low. Again, my sole focus right now is on SLNO. What I want to see is some volume come in, big volume bar, and tear through 30. All right, let's see if there's something interesting. TKNO change in the last 30 minutes. Actually, how about if I go change from the open? We just want to see this because we want to see the Soleno. Don't really recall seeing this TKNO that much. I mean, it had a great run. Well, there are the three. There's the SWIN. I was just talking about it. See what a different look, the change from the close versus the change from the open. And again, from our new homepage, okay, I have to do just click on the market scope. Not working. There we go. So this is a very quick and easy way to look at the market, guys. New daily highs or daily lows. I think I'm trying to drop this in here. And you get a crawl on the top here. Let's take a look at box. Wow, look at box. Nice little move here for box, BOX. So let's see box. I want to see why I'm looking at this is that, I've got some pretty tough filters in place. I'm not going to see everything because yeah, so there's the relative volume is only zero point 0.6. That doesn't mean that this is not, something that's worthy of looking at though. Yeah. Yeah, that was that craziness with BWAC, yes. All you got to do is, yeah, get up a monthly chart. And you're going to see. Well, you won't quite see because it's a monthly chart, but that this is 2 days up to 174. This is, there's the month that happened. That was October of 21. And then, but I mean, it's completely fallen back down. Had a couple of brief blips, where it got back up almost to 100. Sino, SINO, or SLNO. You probably mean SLNO, right? They had them earlier. They don't have them now. I got 2,000, 2,600. So they've come back. So there's been a little bit of short covering now. This looks, well, if I didn't know better, I thought it was going to get halted on the way down because it was 26.99, 27 on the bid ask, which is, I'm sorry. I can't answer a question like that. You've got $400. You want to just throw it somewhere? Yeah, this is not that sort of a room. Certainly, I'm not going to tell you to, take your $400 and put it in something. You have to have some kind of a trading plan, but it just sounds like I don't know what if you've ever traded before, Kyan or Kian. There is no 3-month subscription to Trade Ideas, Wheel Boss. Don't understand. So it's SLNO, but where are you talking about the so-called accumulation, BHT? There was no prediction. If you're looking at this, are you talking about like on the daily chart? Nothing could have predicted this was going to happen. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we have some consolidation filters, that you can say, okay, show me stocks that have been consolidating for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days. But there's nothing that's going to predict that that's going to happen. Nothing. I mean, this is a real outlier. Love to say, yeah, just I mean, we have a consolidation days filter. So you can say, okay, show me stocks that have been, basically not moving for 5 days, 6 days, 10 days, whatever. Doesn't mean though, that something like this is going to happen. Now, what you can do, I mean, look, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so configure. If I right click configure, and then I do a search and I type in consolidation. I think I actually did something like this a while back. Consolidation, and scroll down till you see consolidation. Oops. Well, let me type it more in. Get the O in here, so it gets into consolidation. Okay, I'm looking for the filter. So consolidation days. So you add the filter, you could put, I don't know, 4 minimum days, 5, whatever you want. See what happens. And so you'll see stocks that have been consolidating for a bit. And the thing is that it does look at, so if you use it today, it's not counting today as part of the consolidation. So I guess in theory, you could use it to say, okay, here's a stock that's been consolidating and now it's starting to move. But you see this in the pre-market anyway. But nobody would predict that this would go from this. It's not like this is a big accumulation, and I mean, there might have been somebody, quote unquote, who knew that they were going to have this release, but I mean, there was. It's not like you can kind of predict that after this consolidation, a stock is going to explode like it did. So this is something I put together. Somebody asked me a while back about consolidation. So um, now some of them you're going to see they're buyouts. Yeah. So look, here's TRHC. This is obviously a buyout. Okay. So 35 days in consolidation. FRGI is, I'm going to assume, is another buyout. Yeah, it's a buyout. But if you go down here, so you could take this and say, okay, and maybe what you want to do is put a maximum of, I don't know, 6 days and call it in consolidation, so you don't see something that looks like this. That's obviously a buyout. Let's take a look at IBTX as an example. But it's taking a while here. Yeah, so I mean, it's messy consolidation, but there it is. There's no buyout scanner because there's no way that to know. You mean ahead of time? I mean, I don't understand what you mean by a buyout scanner. I mean, you could, I mean, if you want to see stocks that are being bought out, you could use the consolidation, but for what purpose? You see the buyout, in the pre-market, you see there's an announcement that a stock is being bought out, but by that time it's already moving. Well, what I was showing though is a stock that had been bought out. Okay, because any stock that's like 28 or 30 days in consolidation, when you click on it, you'll just see a flat line on the daily chart. So that's it. I mean, there's nothing to do. It's going to be a buyout, and there's nothing to trade. That's all. This is not so it's not showing that a buyout might happen. No, no. Any insight as to how long RLX will climb? Okay. No. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is a very are you in this one? Because I mean, this is a really ugly looking daily chart, up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. So I have no special insight of what's going to happen on this one. The trend is down. I mean, it's up if you look at this short time frame, but basically the trend is down. Look at this weekly chart. China stock, e-vapor. All right, tomorrow I'm going to watch this one a lot more closely. Some of them are going to be really big movers, some of them are just going to be gentle. But look at this. I mean, look at this. And again, I keep saying, look at what the market is doing on a day where the market's getting smoked, and we're getting these pretty nice daily reversals. These are. I would have thought we'd have a lot that stocks that had been high yesterday and then reversing today with the market. But look at all these. Here's Tandem. I mean, it's not a rocket ship like the other one, or the other ones like SLNO and IMVT, but you get an alert at 12:26, 20:43, and it chopped around a little bit, and then look at this little move up to 20:76 on a day where the market is getting more or less clobbered. Not one reversal on the way down. These are all stocks that Michael Anthony, you will drive yourself crazy. You keep talking about Dish. As Michael Knotts kept telling you, you're trying to get a stock. I mean, you say you may make $2 in profit. Market doesn't care. You're trying to, this is an all-time low now for Dish. That sector is, it's beaten up. People are cutting their cables, they're doing everything. So you keep I know every day you seem to, when Michael especially comes in, you ask about Dish and he says the same darn thing. You're obviously, you don't care about the trend. And that's the trend. I mean, yeah, it did have a little blip up, but look, the overall trend is just terrible. But if you want to, but you're trying to figure it out, Michael. You're trying to figure it out because you're saying, well, how come it's doing this when it made $2, I guess $2 a share in profit? I guess the fortunes, for this whole sector is not good. Dish. Yeah, I had a dish at one time also. Not dish. I'm in Canada, but yeah, I had a dish at one time. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to wrap this up. William is going to keep the room open until 4 o'clock anyway. So again, thank you, William, for doing that. I'm going to put the trading room link into the YouTube room. So if you want to head over, excuse me, if you haven't had enough of trading and talking about trading, you still have another hour if you want to head over to the trading room. And I'll be obviously putting myself on mute and getting rid of the screen sharing. Okay, guys. Again, thanks for all the help, and I'll let William take over. Again, he's not going to be on the mic, but you guys can still converse amongst yourself for another hour. So I'll open the room. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.